Chapter 1. The Yard. The lot came alive before the sun did. Marley punched in at Desert Sun Shuttle services just past 5 when the sky was still bruised gray and the fluorescent lights in the dispatch shack buzzed like trapped flies. Betty was already behind the plexiglass, cigarette burning in the ashtray, clipboard in hand. "Morning, Marley." "Morning." Betty slid the assignment sheet through the slot without looking up. Marley took it. 3 trucks today. A Kenworth from the back lot to the dealer in El Paso, a Freightliner from the shop back to the yard, and whatever else came up by noon. She folded the sheet into her pocket and headed toward the lot. The gravel crunched under her boots. Diesel fumes hung thick in the cold air, mixing with the smell of old coffee from the break room and the faint sweetness of hydraulic fluid. The yard was a maze of rigs parked nose to tail, trailers backed against docks, flatbeds stacked with tarped loads waiting for the road. In the distance, a forklift beeped, reversing. Someone cursed in Spanish. The morning shift cranked up slow, everybody moving through their routines with the efficiency of people who'd done this work too long. Nobody looked at her as she walked past. The dispatchers didn't. The dock workers loading pallets didn't. She was the yard dog. The jockey. The one who moved the trucks when drivers didn't want to bother. Invisible. She found the Kenworth in the back row, a big blue cab over engine with Utah plates. The keys were supposed to be in the lockbox mounted to the fence. Marley checked. Empty. 3rd time this week. She didn't sigh. Didn't curse. Just walked back to her truck, a battered Dodge pickup with Desert Sun stenciled on the door, and reached behind the seat. Her fingers found the Slim Jim where she'd left it, cold metal wrapped in a rag to keep it from rattling. 30 inches of flat spring steel, notched at one end. Tool of the trade when lockboxes came up empty and dispatch didn't want to hear excuses. She pulled it out and walked back to the Kenworth like it was nothing. Because it was nothing. Keys went missing. Drivers forgot to drop them. Dispatchers got lazy. The yard dog had a Slim Jim. She worked the tool down between the window and the rubber seal, feeling for the linkage rod inside the door. Metal scraped metal. The morning air smelled like diesel and creosote from the railroad ties stacked along the fence. She angled the Slim Jim, found the rod, gave it a practiced flick. The lock popped with a soft click. She climbed in, adjusted the seat, fired up the engine. The big diesel rumbled to life, vibrating through the cab. She backed the rig out of its slot with the precision of someone who'd done this 1,000 times, threading it between 2 parked trailers with inches to spare. A dock worker raised his hand, "Stop," and she stopped. He waved her forward, and she rolled toward the gate. Nobody said good job. Nobody said anything. By 8 o'clock, she dropped the Kenworth at the dealer and picked up the Freightliner from the shop. The mechanic handed her the keys without a word, already turning back to the next job. She drove the rig back to the yard, parked it in its slot, feeling the weight of 18 wheels settle as she cut the engine. The air brakes hissed. Hydraulics groaned. She climbed down from the cab, boots hitting gravel, and walked to the dispatch shack to punch her time card. Betty was still behind the glass, still smoking. The ashtray beside her clipboard was half full of butts, lipstick marks on the filters. "Got another one if you want it." "Sure." Betty slid the sheet through. Peterbilt from the back lot to Austin. Guy's complaining it won't start, but the shop says it's fine, so probably just driver error. She took a drag, exhaled. "Supposed to hit 100 today. Make sure you got water." "Always do." "Yeah, well, Henderson didn't yesterday. Damn near passed out in a rig with no AC." Betty tapped ash into the tray. "Can't fix stupid." Marley took the assignment sheet and walked back out into the diesel and dust and morning heat already starting to build. The work was easy. Mindless. Repetitive. Back a truck, move a truck, drop a truck. Her hands knew what to do without her brain getting involved. The Peterbilt was a long nose, 40-footer with a sleeper cab and Michigan plates. She climbed up into the cab, settled into the seat, and started the pre-check. Mirrors adjusted. Air pressure building. The big engine caught and rumbled, diesel smoke curling up from the stacks. She eased it into gear, feeling the whole rig shudder as the trailer took the weight, and backed it out of the tight space between a Mack and a fence post with 6 inches of clearance on either side. Dock worker waved her through. She rolled past him without a word, threading the big rig between the rows of parked trucks like it was nothing more complicated than breathing. By the time she parked it at the delivery bay and killed the engine, her mind had already drifted. Because her brain kept going back to 3 weeks ago. The knock came just after 7 on a Tuesday night. Marley had been heating a can of soup on the stove when she heard it. Sharp, official, the kind of knock that didn't expect to be ignored. The apartment had smelled like chicken broth and the faint staleness of a place that never quite aired out. The burner ticked under the pot. Outside, someone's TV played a game show, canned laughter bleeding through the thin walls. She turned off the burner and walked to the door, already knowing. You didn't get knocks like that unless something was wrong. She opened the door. A young cop stood on the landing, hat in his hands, eyes apologetic in that way cops' eyes get when they have to deliver bad news. He couldn't have been more than 25. Looked like he'd rather be anywhere else. Behind him the parking lot stretched out under sodium lights, moths circling the glow. "Ma'am, are you Marlene Crenshaw?" "Yes." "I'm Officer Daniels, ma'am. I'm here about your mother, Rebecca Crenshaw." The world tilted. She didn't faint. Didn't cry. Just stood there, gripping the doorframe, waiting for the rest. The wood was warm under her fingers. She could hear her own breathing. "A body was found in Arkansas 3 days ago. We've been trying to reach you." The medical examiner's office confirmed the identity through dental records. "I'm sorry, ma'am. Your mother is deceased." Deceased. Such a clean word for what it meant. Such a sterile way to say gone. Marley heard herself ask when. The cop checked his notes. The body had been found by a hunter in the woods outside of a town she'd never heard of. Cause of death was still being determined. The county was holding the remains pending next of kin. Next of kin. That was her. Rebecca had vanished in August 1973. Marley had filed a missing persons report the next day. The cop at the desk had laughed, not meanly, just tired, and said lot lizards take off all the time. She'd turn up. She didn't turn up. Not until 3 weeks ago, when a hunter's dog found bones in the Arkansas woods. The young cop on her doorstep kept talking, something about paperwork, and the medical examiner's office and how to claim the remains, but Marley wasn't listening anymore. Or had she? The thought came later, after the cop left. After Marley closed the door and stood in her apartment staring at the cooling soup on the stove. The burner was still warm when she touched it. The pot had stopped steaming. The apartment was silent except for the hum of the refrigerator and the neighbor's muffled television. She didn't turn the light on. Just stood there in the dim glow from the kitchen, watching the soup congeal, thinking about numbers that didn't add up. What if she hadn't been dead the whole time? Marley finished the 3rd truck just before noon. Punched out. Drove home in her Nova with the windows down, letting the hot Texas wind blow through the cab. Highway stretched ahead, heat shimmering off asphalt. Billboards advertising truck stops and motels and Jesus. The radio played static between stations. The anger sat in her chest like a stone, smooth and heavy and cold. She passed a semi-hauling refrigerated cargo, the reefer unit humming its constant promise of cold. Watched it in the rear view until it was just another shape on the horizon. The highways were full of them. Full of men driving alone through the night, anonymous behind windshields and CB handles. Full of women working the margins, invisible until they disappeared. She didn't know yet. Didn't know how long her mother had been alive before she died. Didn't know if someone could have saved her. But she would. Soon. The Nova's engine ticked. The wind howled through the windows. Marley kept driving, hands steady on the wheel, thinking about locks that popped with the right tool and bones found in Arkansas woods, and the particular silence that followed bad news delivered by tired cops. Thinking about what came next. Chapter 2. The Sheriff, Flashback. The drive to Arkansas took 11 hours. Marley left before dawn the day after the cop came to her door, threw a bag in the Nova's trunk, and pointed the car east. Texas to Arkansas. Highway miles that blurred together into gas stations and roadside diners, and the particular loneliness of driving alone with news you haven't processed yet. Your mother is dead. Deceased. The words sat in the passenger seat like a ghost. She crossed into Arkansas just after dark, found a motel that rented by the hour but didn't ask questions, and slept 4 hours that felt like none. In the morning she drove to the address the young cop had written down. Sheriff's Office, Sevier County. The building was low and brick, squatting beside a Dollar General and a Dairy Queen in a town that looked like it was already forgetting itself. Marley parked in the gravel lot, walked to the door, and went inside. The air smelled like stale coffee and cigarettes embedded in the walls. Linoleum floors. Fluorescent lights that flickered in the corner. A receptionist sat behind a desk with a dying spider plant beside the phone. She looked up when Marley entered, appraising her with the particular indifference of small-town government workers who'd seen too much and cared too little. "Help you?" "I'm here about Rebecca Crenshaw, the body that was found." The receptionist's face didn't change. "You're the daughter?" "Yes." "Sheriff's expecting you. Have a seat." Marley sat in one of the plastic chairs bolted to the wall and waited. The waiting room was a study in institutional neglect. Yellow posters about drunk driving and domestic violence hung crooked on the walls. A water cooler gurgled in the corner, the jug nearly empty. Someone's radio played low in a back room. Country music, twangy and mournful. The clock on the wall said 9:47. It felt later. Minutes crawled. Marley watched the clock tick over to 10:00, then 10:05, then 10:10. At 10:15 the sheriff finally came out, a thick man in his 50s with a gut that strained his uniform shirt and eyes that had stopped caring about anything years ago. He introduced himself as Sheriff Polk, shook her hand with a grip that was perfunctory, and led her back to his office without small talk. The office was small and cluttered. File boxes stacked in the corner. A calendar from 1975 still on the wall. He sat behind his desk and pulled a manila folder from the stack. "I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Crenshaw." The words sounded rehearsed. "Thank you." He opened the folder. "The medical examiner has already released the remains. You'll need to sign some paperwork, arrange for transport. The funeral home in town can help if you don't want to take her back yourself." "What happened to her?" Sheriff Polk looked up, something flickering in his eyes. Pity maybe, or exhaustion. "Me will give you the details. I can tell you what we know. A hunter found the remains in a wooded area about 15 miles outside of town. Hard to access. Took us 2 days to get the body out." "When did she die?" "You'll have to ask Dr. Williams." "Who killed her?" Polk's expression didn't change. "Case is still open, but realistically, Miss Crenshaw, we don't have much to go on. It's been a while. Evidence is limited. We'll do what we can." Translation: they weren't going to do anything. Marley felt something cold settle in her chest. "Can I see the medical examiner now?" "He's expecting you." Dr. Williams worked out of a low building behind the county hospital. Not a morgue, exactly. Just a room with refrigeration units and steel tables and the smell of antiseptic trying to cover something worse underneath. The linoleum was cracked. The fluorescent lights hummed. Everything had the particular sadness of government facilities operating on too little budget for too much death. He was younger than she expected. Early 40s, wire-rimmed glasses, the kind of man who looked like he'd been a Boy Scout and still believed in rules. He shook her hand gently, his palm cool and professional, and offered his condolences in a voice that had delivered this speech too many times. He led her to his small office, gestured to a chair across from a desk that was too neat for the work he did. File folders stacked precisely. A framed diploma from the University of Arkansas Medical Sciences. A coffee mug that said, "World's Best Dad," with a chip in the rim. "I know this is difficult," he said, sitting behind the desk and folding his hands. "I'll try to be as clear as possible." Marley sat. "When did she die?" Dr. Williams adjusted his glasses. "Based on decomposition and insect activity, I estimate she'd been deceased between 4 and 6 weeks when the body was found." 4 to 6 weeks. Not 4 years. The room tilted. You're saying she was alive? Until recently, yes. His voice was steady, clinical, the way doctors deliver bad news when they've done it too many times. The remains showed evidence of long-term captivity and sustained abuse. Healed fractures consistent with repeated trauma. Malnutrition. Signs that she'd been restrained for an extended period. The words landed like blows. Long-term captivity. Extended period. How long? Dr. Williams hesitated. It's hard to say definitively, but based on bone remodeling and scar tissue. Years. Possibly the entire time she was missing. 3.5 years. Her mother had been alive. Held somewhere, captive, waiting for 3.5 years. Someone could have saved her. If anyone had looked. If the cops in Texas hadn't laughed. If the system had cared about one more missing lot lizard. If Marley had pushed harder, searched better, refused to give up. Dr. Williams was still talking. Something about evidence collection and the autopsy report and how cause of death was strangulation, but there were complications given the condition of the remains. Marley heard it all through water, through fog, through the roaring in her ears that sounded like rage taking root. Miss Crenshaw? She looked up. Do you have any questions? Just one. Did she suffer? Dr. Williams' face softened. It wasn't pity. Just truth. Yes. I'm sorry. Marley walked out of the medical examiner's office and stood in the parking lot under a gray Arkansas sky that looked like it might rain but didn't. The air was thick. Humid. Wrong. Her mother had been alive somewhere, being hurt, waiting for someone to find her. And no one came. Not the cops who'd laughed at the missing persons report. Not the FBI, who didn't investigate dead prostitutes. Not the system that was supposed to protect people. Not Marley. A memory surfaced. August 1973, at the police station in Corpus Christi. Marley at 24, standing at the desk, trying to file a report. Her mother had been gone for 48 hours. Missed their usual Sunday call. Wasn't answering at the motel where she stayed between runs. The cop behind the desk had been tired, bored, already dismissing her before she finished talking. He'd been eating a sandwich, tuna, she remembered, the smell of it mixing with the station's coffee and sweat. Lot lizards take off all the time, sweetheart. She'll turn up when she runs out of money. She wouldn't just leave without telling me. We talk every Sunday. Something's wrong. They always say that. Eyes flat with the particular indifference of someone who'd heard this story before and didn't care. Your mama's a working girl, right? Truck stops? They move around. Probably met some driver, went to Tucson or Phoenix. Give it a week. She wouldn't. Fill this out if you want. He'd pushed a form across the desk anyway, more to get rid of her than to help. But I'm telling you, she'll show up. They always do. Or they don't. And there's nothing we can do about it either way. She hadn't shown up. Not until she was already dead. Marley claimed her mother's remains the next day. They came in a cardboard box, sealed and labeled, smaller than she'd expected. The funeral home offered to ship them, but Marley said no. She put the box in the passenger seat of her Nova and drove back to Texas with her mother beside her one more time. She buried Rebecca in a cemetery outside of Memphis where the plots were cheap and the grass grew wild. No service. No mourners. Just Marley and a funeral director who didn't ask questions and a hole in the ground that was supposed to mean something. The director was a thin man in his 60s who'd clearly done this too many times. He stood at a respectful distance while two workers lowered the box into the ground. It took less than 5 minutes. They filled the hole with a backhoe, tamped the dirt down, and left without looking back. Marley stood there after they were gone. The cemetery was quiet, except for the wind moving through the trees and the distant sound of traffic on the highway. Other graves stretched out in neat rows, names and dates carved into stone, flowers wilting in the heat. Rebecca's plot had a temporary marker. A metal stake with a paper card in a plastic sleeve. Rebecca Crenshaw, 1930 to 1977. It should have felt like closure. It didn't. Standing there, looking at the fresh dirt, Marley felt the rage that had been building since Arkansas solidify into something colder. Something purposeful. Marley turned away from the grave and walked back to her car. The cardboard box was gone. What remained was a question she couldn't stop asking. What if someone did care? What if someone acted? The highway stretched ahead. The same highways where her mother had been taken. Where she'd been held. Where she'd died. Marley got in the Nova and drove. The rage rode shotgun. Chapter 3. The Wall. Marley's apartment was small and forgettable. 1 bedroom, kitchenette, bathroom with a shower that only ran hot for 5 minutes. The kind of place you rented by the month when you worked for poverty wages and didn't need more than a place to sleep. But one wall told a different story. She stood in the doorway, looking at it the way she had every day for the past 3.5 years. The wall where her living room should have been. Where other people put televisions and bookshelves and family photos. Marley had built something else. Missing women. Dozens of them. Newspaper clippings taped edge to edge. Handwritten notes pinned with thumbtacks. Photographs. Some from families, some from police reports she'd sweet-talked clerks into copying, some from missing persons bulletins tacked up at truck stops and rest areas. A map of Texas and the surrounding states took up the center, pins marking disappearances along I-10 and I-20. Red thread connected some of the pins where she'd found patterns. Same corridor, same month, same type of victim. Her mother's face was there too. Not special. Not centered. Just one more woman among the missing. Marley dropped her keys on the counter and walked closer. Angela Mendez. Last seen Abilene, October 1974. Jennifer Cole. Disappeared El Paso, March 1975. Sharon Hayes. Missing since June 1976, Van Horn. Diane Foster. Vanished outside Odessa, January 1975. Carla Jensen. Last seen at a rest stop near Pecos, August 1974. Teresa Valdez. Disappeared Midland, November 1976. The names went on. Lot lizards mostly. Hitchhikers. Runaways. Women whose disappearances made one-paragraph mentions in local papers before vanishing from public concern entirely. Women who worked the truck stops and highway rest areas, who climbed into cabs with strangers because that was the job, who disappeared and left behind nothing but worried friends and families the police wouldn't listen to. Marley had been collecting them since her mother vanished. It started 2 weeks after Rebecca vanished, when the cops' words, "Lot lizards take off all the time," stopped sounding like reassurance and started sounding like dismissal. Marley had gone to the public library and started reading back issues of newspapers on microfilm, looking for other women. Other disappearances. Other families like hers. She found them. Dozens. Hundreds if you went back far enough. The corridors were hunting grounds. Everyone who worked the roads knew it. Lot lizards warned each other, swapped information about which truckers to avoid, which rest stops had bad reputations. But the information was word of mouth, scattered, lost as soon as the women moved on or disappeared themselves. Marley had tried to make it permanent. She connected with families through truck stop bulletin boards and phone calls to police departments in small towns where women had last been seen. Most of the families were like her. Working class, broke, screaming into a void that didn't care. Some had given up. Others were still searching. Marley looked at the map. The pins clustered along the interstate corridors like blood drops. I-10 from El Paso to Mobile. 20 from Fort Worth through Louisiana. Smaller highways branching off like capillaries. Predators hunted where prey was plentiful and law enforcement was thin. The highways gave them mobility, anonymity, and an endless supply of women nobody cared about. She turned away from the wall and looked at the bookshelf beside it. Psychology texts. Criminal profiling guides. Behavioral analysis. Books she'd checked out from the library and never returned, marked up with notes in the margins. The Mask of Sanity by Hervey Cleckley sat spine out, the section on psychopathy dog-eared and underlined. Beside it, a field manual on interrogation techniques she'd found at an army surplus store. A worn paperback on sexual predators and victim selection patterns. She'd spent 3 years teaching herself how predators thought, how they selected victims, how they operated. Not just reading. Studying. Memorizing. Testing herself on the patterns until she could spot them in newspaper reports, in missing persons bulletins, in the careful warnings lot lizards passed to each other. And she'd taken self-defense classes at a community center, learning joint locks and pressure points from an ex-Marine who didn't ask why a truck shuttle driver needed to know how to hurt people. She practiced on her mattress at night, drilling the movements until they were automatic. Strike zones. Vulnerable points. How much pressure it took to collapse a windpipe. She'd been preparing for something. She just hadn't known what. Until now. Marley walked to the window and looked out at the highway. Even from the second floor of the apartment complex, she could see it. I-10 stretching east and west, headlights streaming past in both directions. Miss Mosley, at this hour, hauling produce and auto parts and whatever else America needed moved in the dark. Anonymous. Endless. Somewhere out there, right now, a woman was climbing into a cab. Maybe she needed the money. Maybe she needed a ride. Maybe she was just trying to survive another night on the margins where survival was never guaranteed. And maybe she wouldn't climb back out. Marley watched the lights for a long moment. Heard the distant engine noise. Felt the weight of all those names on the wall behind her, all those faces no one was looking for. Someone had to. She turned away from the window and walked to the wall. Pulled Rebecca's photo down. It was old, taken maybe 5 years ago, before the lines around her eyes had deepened, before whatever happened in Arkansas. Rebecca was smiling in the photo. Not happy. Just smiling. The way you do for cameras when someone tells you to. Held somewhere. Alive. Waiting. And no one came. Because lot lizards weren't priority. Because women like Rebecca disappeared all the time and the world kept turning. Something cracked in Marley's chest. Not grief. That had already settled into something harder. This was different. This was the moment the rage found a shape. Found a purpose. If the system wouldn't act, someone else had to. The plan formed slowly, like something developing in a dark room. You couldn't catch predators by going to the cops. She'd tried that. The cops didn't care. You couldn't investigate like the FBI. She didn't have resources or jurisdiction or backup. You couldn't work the problem like a civilian investigator because predators didn't leave trails that civilians could follow. But there was another way. The lot lizards knew. They had to know. Survival demanded it. The women who worked the truck stops, who climbed into cabs and took the risk every night. They knew which drivers were safe and which ones weren't. They warned each other. Shared information. Kept mental lists of men to avoid. If Marley could access that information, if she could ask the right questions and listen to the answers, she could find the predators the cops wouldn't look for. But she couldn't ask as Marley. The yard dog was invisible at truck stops, but invisible in the wrong way. She was a worker. A driver. Someone who moved trucks and didn't talk to lot lizards because yard dogs and lot lizards lived in different worlds, even if those worlds sometimes overlapped at the same fuel islands. She needed to be someone else. Marley walked to her bedroom closet and opened it. In the back, behind her work clothes and the 2 dresses she never wore, was a cardboard box. She pulled it out and opened it on the bed. Wigs. 3 of them. Bought from a costume shop in Dallas when she'd first started thinking about this. Dark brown. Auburn. Black. Different lengths, different styles. She'd practiced with them in the mirror, learning how to pin them so they looked natural, how to change the shape of her face with makeup she'd never worn before. Beside the wigs, clothes. Tight jeans. Tank tops. A leather jacket worn soft. The uniform of truck stop working girls. She'd bought them at Goodwill piece by piece, trying them on at home where no one could see. Different woman. Different life. Different access. She picked up the dark brown wig and held it. Shoulder length. Straight. Nothing like her own blonde ponytail. Tomorrow, she'd go to a truck stop. Not Buckeye. Somewhere different, somewhere far from her usual roots. She'd put on the wig and the clothes and the attitude and she'd talk to the lot lizards. She'd ask about her mother. Did anyone know Cherokee? Did anyone know what happened? And then, when the conversation turned to survival the way it always did, she'd ask the real question. Who do you avoid? Who are the ones that scare you? The lot lizards would tell her. They always told each other. That's how they survived. And then Marley would find him. Not where she asked. Somewhere different, somewhere he wouldn't connect the questions to the woman watching. Location discipline. That's what the books called it. She'd find him, and she'd watch him, and she'd confirm what the lot lizards said. And then, she didn't let herself finish the thought. Not yet. One step at a time. Marley put the wig back in the box and closed it. She looked at the wall one more time. All those faces. All those women. Her mother was buried now. That part was done. But the rest wasn't. The rest was just beginning. She turned off the light and lay down on the bed without undressing. Sleep didn't come easy. Her mind was already working through tomorrow. Which truck stop, which persona, which questions. The rage was still there, coiled in her chest. But now it had a direction. Now it had teeth. Chapter 4. The Question. The truck stop off exit 106 wasn't on Marley's usual routes. That was the point. She pulled into the lot just after 9 on a Friday night, when the evening rush of drivers was settling in and the lot lizards were starting their rounds. The parking lot was half full, rigs lined up in neat rows, lights glowing in some of the cabs, others already dark. The station building squatted low and bright, neon beer signs glowing in the windows, the smell of diesel and fried food drifting through the humid air. Marley parked her Nova 3 rows back and checked herself in the rearview mirror. The dark brown wig sat pinned tight, shoulder-length hair falling straight around a face that didn't look like hers anymore. She'd done the makeup in her apartment. Liner around her eyes, lipstick darker than she'd ever worn, blush that made her cheekbones sharper. The tight jeans and tank top felt wrong, but they looked right. She looked like every other working girl who walked these lots. She looked like someone lot lizards would talk to. Marley got out of the car and walked toward the station, heels clicking on asphalt, shoulders back in a way Marley the yard dog never walked. Confidence. Availability. The particular posture of women who worked the margins. Inside, the station was bright and too warm. Truckers lined the counter, ordering coffee and sandwiches, shooting the shit with the clerk who'd heard all their stories before. A couple of drivers glanced at Marley when she walked in. One smiled. She didn't smile back. Kept walking toward the restroom like she had business that wasn't theirs. In the women's room, she checked the wig again, adjusted her top, and exhaled. This was reconnaissance. Information gathering. She wasn't here to work, wasn't here to climb into anyone's cab. Just here to talk. To ask questions. To learn. She walked back out into the parking lot and started looking. She found the first woman near the fuel islands, leaning against a light pole with a cigarette and the particular weariness of someone who'd been on her feet too long. Mid-30s maybe. Dyed red hair and a denim jacket with fringe. She looked up when Marley approached, appraising her with the quick calculation women in this life learned early. You knew? Sort of. Marley stopped a few feet away, keeping her voice soft. Looking for my mama, actually. Thought maybe someone here knew her. The woman's expression shifted. Not sympathy, exactly, but recognition. What's her name? Rebecca. They called her Cherokee. The woman took a drag, exhaled smoke. Don't know her. But I haven't been on this stretch long. Try asking around at the other stops. Someone might remember. Marley nodded. Thanks. It's been a while since she went missing. Trying to figure out what happened. A lot of girls go missing. The woman's voice was flat. Factual. Comes with the territory. Yeah. Marley paused. How do you stay safe? The woman looked at her harder now. You thinking about working? Maybe. Need the money. But I'm not stupid. Want to know who to avoid. Something flickered in the woman's face. Understanding, maybe. Or pity. Smart. Most girls don't ask until it's too late. She flicked ash from her cigarette. Watch the ones who smile too much. The ones who want to buy you drinks before you even get in the cab. The ones who lock the doors. Anyone specific I should know about? The woman shrugged. Changes all the time. Drivers come and go. Best advice is trust your gut. If something feels wrong, it probably is. Marley thanked her and moved on. Over the next week, she hit 4 more truck stops. Different nights. Different looks. Sometimes the dark wig, sometimes the auburn one, always the same tight jeans and working girl clothes. Always starting with the same story. Looking for her mama. Cherokee went missing a while back. Most of the women didn't know Rebecca. A few remembered hearing about a woman who'd worked the I-10 corridor years ago, might have gone by Cherokee, but memories were hazy, and the turnover in this life was high. Women disappeared. Women moved on. It was hard to keep track. But the conversations always shifted. Marley would ask how they stayed safe, and the women would start talking. Warning signs. Red flags. Men to avoid. It was survival information, passed woman to woman, the way it had always been in dangerous work. At a stop outside Odessa, a woman with bleached hair and track marks on her arms told her about a driver who liked to choke women during sex, liked it too much, kept going even when they said stop. At a stop near Midland, a younger woman, couldn't have been more than 20, described a trucker who picked up hitchhikers and drove them miles off route before dropping them in the middle of nowhere with no way back. At a stop just east of El Paso, a woman named Jolene with hard eyes and a soft voice leaned close and said, "Stay away from the ones who ask if you have family. If you tell them no, you might not come back." Marley absorbed it all. Didn't write it down. Couldn't leave a trail. Just memorized names and descriptions and patterns, filing them away in the part of her brain that had spent 3 years building a wall of missing women. But one name kept coming up. Not in every conversation. Not even in most. But enough times that it formed a pattern. Dogman. The 4th stop was the one that mattered. Marley pulled into a Flying J outside of Pecos just after midnight. The lot was busy. Friday night, payday for a lot of drivers, the kind of night when business was good if you were selling what truckers wanted. She found 2 women near the back row, sharing a cigarette and talking low. One was older, 40s maybe, with platinum hair and a leather vest. The other was younger, dark-skinned, nervous energy radiating off her like heat. Marley approached slowly. "Mind if I ask you something?" The older woman looked her over. "Depends what you're asking." "I'm new to this stretch, trying to figure out who to watch out for." The younger woman glanced at her companion, then back at Marley. "You working?" "Thinking about it." "Don't." The older woman's voice was flat. "Find another way to make money. This stretch is bad." "Why?" The 2 women exchanged looks. The younger one spoke first. "There are drivers here who..." "Look, most of them are fine. Rough sometimes, but fine. But some of them..." She trailed off. "Some of them what?" The older woman dropped her cigarette and ground it under her heel. "Some of them don't bring girls back." The words hung in the air. "Who?" Marley kept her voice steady. "Who should I avoid?" Another look between the women. Then the older one sighed. "Big guy. Drives a red Peterbilt. Missing fingers on his left hand. Calls himself Dogman on the CB." The younger woman nodded. "He comes through every few weeks. Picks up girls. Some of them come back shaken. Some of them don't come back at all." "You sure?" "Sure enough." The older woman lit another cigarette. "Maria went with him 3 weeks ago. Haven't seen her since. And she's not the first." Marley felt something cold and sharp settle in her chest. "What's he haul?" "Refrigerated. Usually runs between packing houses and cold storage. Short haul stuff that keeps him on the same corridors." "Where does he park?" The women shrugged. "Different places. Moves around. But he likes the bigger stops. Buckeye. Midland. Places where there's enough traffic that nobody notices who gets in and who doesn't get out. The younger woman looked at Marley hard. If you see that red Peterbilt, walk the other way. Don't care how nice he seems or how much money he offers. Just walk. Marley nodded slowly. Thanks for the warning. Don't thank us. The older woman's voice was tired. Just stay alive. Back in her apartment, Marley sat on the edge of her bed and stared at the wall. Dogman. Red Peterbilt. Missing fingers. Refrigerated loads. Short haul work that kept him local. Maria. Missing 3 weeks. Before her, others. She'd asked at 5 truck stops over the span of a week. Different women, different locations. But 3 of them had mentioned dogmen. 3 had warned her away from the red Peterbilt. That wasn't coincidence. That was pattern. Marley pulled the dark wig off and set it on the dresser. Her scalp itched where the pins had been. She looked at herself in the mirror. Blonde hair flattened, makeup smudged, looking like someone caught between 2 lives. She had a name, a description, a reputation that lot lizards whispered about when they thought someone might listen. What she didn't have was proof. Not yet. Marley walked to her closet and pulled out the CB scanner she'd bought at a pawn shop 2 days ago. She set it on the nightstand, plugged it in, and turned it on. Static filled the room. She adjusted the dial, found the trucker channels, and let it run. Listening. Waiting for a voice to say the handle she'd heard whispered in parking lots. Dogman. She'd find him. Not where she'd asked about him. That was too risky, too close. She'd find him somewhere different. Somewhere he wouldn't connect the questions to the woman watching. And then she'd know. The CB crackled. Voices drifted through. Road conditions, fuel prices, the usual chatter of men driving through the night. Marley lay back on the bed and listened. Tomorrow she'd go back to work. Back to the yard. Back to being the invisible woman who moved trucks and didn't talk to anyone. But the lot lizard with the dark wig and the questions, she wasn't done yet. She was just getting started. Chapter 5. Countdown begins. Marley spotted the red Peterbilt on a Tuesday morning at Buckeye Travel Plaza. She'd been listening to the CB for 3 days, learning the rhythm of trucker chatter, waiting for the handle. It came through just after dawn on Monday. A voice requesting a smoky report eastbound on I-10, signing off as Dogman. The voice was deep, casual, the kind that belonged to a man who thought he owned whatever space he occupied. She'd marked the location he'd called from on her map, traced his probable route, calculated where he might stop next. Buckeye was 100 miles from any of the stops where she'd asked about him. Different stretch of highway. Different fuel island. Different set of lot lizards who wouldn't recognize her face or connect her questions to the woman who'd been asking around last week. Location discipline. When Marley pulled into Buckeye Tuesday morning on a legitimate shuttle run, dropping a Mac at the dealer 2 miles up the road, the red Peterbilt was already there, parked in the back row with its nose toward the highway. Big rig. Older model, but clean. Refrigerated trailer hooked to the back. Her heart kicked hard against her ribs. She parked her Nova 3 rows over, far enough to watch without being obvious, close enough to see. Then she waited. At 7:15, the driver's door opened and a man climbed down. Big guy. 6'2", maybe 6'3". Heavy through the shoulders and chest, the kind of build that came from years of physical work and too much truck stop food. He wore jeans and a flannel shirt with the sleeves rolled up. When he reached up to adjust his hat, Marley saw it. Missing fingers. The pinky and ring finger on his left hand were gone, severed at the second knuckle, leaving stumps that had healed into pale scar tissue. This was him. Dogman. Dale Hutchins, if the name painted on the driver's door was real. Marley's hands tightened on the steering wheel. He walked toward the station building with the easy gait of a man who had nowhere urgent to be. Stopped to talk to another driver near the fuel pumps, laughing at something, slapping the guy on the shoulder. Normal. Friendly. The kind of trucker who blended into the background noise of every highway stop in America. Except he wasn't. Marley pulled a notebook from her glove box, the kind with no name or distinguishing marks, and started writing. Time. Location. Physical description. Truck details. Everything the lot lizards had told her. Everything she was seeing now. She'd watch him today. Learn his patterns. See if the reputation matched the reality. Then she'd know. By noon, she'd learned 3 things. He drank constantly from a beat-up thermos. The thermos was old, dented stainless steel, the kind that had been dropped and kicked and thrown into cabs 1,000 times. He carried it with him everywhere. Into the station when he went for a bathroom break. Back to the truck when he returned. He'd refill it at the coffee station, drink from it while standing by his rig, drink from it while talking on the CB, drink from it while doing his pre-trip inspection. Coffee addict. Predictable habit. Marley noted it. Second, he worked short-haul refrigerated runs. She'd heard it on the CB first. Dogman calling dispatch about a pickup at a packing house in Lubbock, delivery to cold storage in Midland. 200-mile run. Quick turnaround. Same corridor. She listened to him coordinate with other drivers, swapping information about way stations and road conditions, talking about work that kept him on I-10 and I-20, cycling through the same truck stops every few weeks. Local work. Seasonal. He wasn't a long-haul driver disappearing across state lines. He stayed here. Worked the same area. Which meant the lot lizards saw him regularly. Which meant they knew. Third, he had a wife. Marley watched him walk to the payphone outside the station just after 1. He fed coins into the slot, dialed, and waited. When someone answered, his whole posture changed, shoulders relaxing, voice softening into something that might have been affection. She couldn't hear the words. Just fragments carried on the wind. Until, oh. I know. Cut. What? Be home Tuesday. It's love you too. What? He hung up. Smiled. The kind of smile men wore when they were thinking about home. Then he turned and walked toward a woman standing near the fuel island, a working girl, mid-20s, wearing too much makeup and not enough clothes for the morning chill. He said something. She laughed. They talked for a minute, negotiating, then started walking toward his truck. Marley felt something cold settle in her chest. He was ordinary. That's what made him dangerous. He had a wife. He probably had a mortgage and a favorite bar and a dog he talked about at truck stops. He looked like every other driver out here, tired, weathered, just trying to make a living on the road. But the lot lizards knew better. Some girls who went with him didn't come back. The woman emerged from Hutchins' truck 40 minutes later, walking fast, not looking back. Marley watched her disappear into the station building, then watched Hutchins climb down from his cab and walk to the showers. She stayed in her car. When Hutchins came back, hair wet, clean clothes on, he did a walk-around inspection of his rig. Checked the tires. Checked the trailer hookup. Checked the refrigeration unit. Professional. Methodical. Then he climbed back into the cab, and Marley caught a glimpse of something through the windshield before the sun's glare washed it out. A photograph. Taped to the dashboard. Small. Faded. Marley grabbed the binoculars from under her seat, old military surplus, scratched but functional, and trained them on the Peterbilt's cab. The photo came into focus. A dog. Some kind of mutt. Floppy ears and a goofy expression. The kind of picture people took of pets they loved. Marley lowered the binoculars. And lot lizards disappeared after climbing into his truck. All of it was true. None of it was contradictory. That's how predators worked. They didn't look like monsters. They looked like everyone else. They had families and hobbies and morning routines. They smiled at strangers and talked about the weather. They were human. Marley watched Hutchins pull out of Buckeye just after 3. He headed east on I-10, refrigerated trailer humming behind him, CB antenna whipping in the wind. She'd let him go. She wasn't ready yet. Watching wasn't enough. She needed more. She needed proof that would hold up in the only court that mattered. Her own. One confirmed kill. That's what she'd told herself. One woman whose disappearance she could trace to him directly. One Angela Romero or Maria Santos whose last known location was this truck, this man, this predator. Then she'd act. Marley started the Nova and pulled out of the lot, heading back toward her apartment. She had a shuttle run tomorrow, a deadhead from San Angelo to El Paso, but after that, she'd be back. She'd watch him again. Learn his schedule. Wait for the pattern to confirm itself. She gave herself 10 days. 10 days to confirm he was a killer. Then she'd figure out what came next. That night, Marley sat at her kitchen table with the CB scanner on and the notebook open in front of her. The scanner crackled to life. Voices drifted through the static, handles she'd learned over the past week. Smoky reports. Weather updates. The endless chatter of men who spent their lives alone on highways, talking to fill the silence. Then, this is Dogman, eastbound on I-20. Any of you boys know if that scale station at Big Spring is open tonight? She went still. Listened. The voice was the same as she'd heard that morning at Buckeye. Deep. Casual. Easy. The kind of voice that belonged to a man who felt safe. A man who'd never been caught. Never been questioned. Never been stopped. Another voice answered. Big Spring's closed after 6, Dogman. You're clear through. Appreciate it, driver. 10-4. The exchange ended. Normal. Professional. 2 truckers sharing information. Nobody would hear anything wrong in it. Nobody would know that the man calling himself Dogman had a hidden compartment in his sleeper. Nobody would know that lot lizards warned each other about his truck. Nobody except her. Marley listened for another hour. Caught fragments of other conversations. Dogman talked about load times and fuel prices. Joked with another driver about a waitress at a truck stop in Odessa. Sounded like everyone else on the channel. Blended in. Invisible in plain sight. Just like she was. She turned off the scanner and wrote down everything she'd observed. Red Peterbilt. Refrigerated hauler. Short haul runs. I-10, I-20 corridor. Phone call to wife. An approached working girl. Both interactions friendly. Same smile. Dog photo on dash. Faded. Old. He keeps it where he can see it. Missing fingers, left hand. Ring and pinky. Healed scars. CB handle. Dogman. Uses it openly. No attempt to hide. She stared at the notes. A picture was forming. Not complete yet, but enough to see the outline. He'd been doing this long enough to have a reputation. Long enough to think he was safe. Marley closed the notebook and looked at the calendar on the wall. She'd circled a date 10 days out in red marker. February 28th. If she couldn't prove he was a killer by then, she'd walk away. Move on. Find another name on another corridor. The world was full of predators. If Dogman wasn't one of them, someone else was. But she didn't think she'd be walking away. The lot lizards didn't warn about men who weren't dangerous. They warned about men who killed. Marley turned off the CB and went to bed. 10 days. The countdown had started. Chapter 6. Into the Lion's Den. Day 6 of watching Dogman, and Marley knew his patterns like she knew her own. He stopped at Buckeye every other day, either starting his run or ending it. Parked in the same general area. Back rows, away from the main traffic, but not so far out that it looked suspicious. He'd do a walk-around inspection, grab his thermos, and head into the station building. Shower if he needed one. Coffee refill always. Bathroom break. Sometimes food. Never less than 15 minutes. Never more than 30. Predictable. That's what would kill him eventually. Marley watched from her usual spot 3 rows over. Thursday afternoon. The lot was half empty, the lunch rush over, evening shift not started yet. Hutchins had pulled in 20 minutes ago, done his walk-around, and headed into the station building with his thermos in hand. She'd been working her normal schedule all week, shuttle runs that kept her on the road, gave her legitimate reasons to be at Buckeye, and a dozen other stops. Betty hadn't noticed anything different. Neither had the other drivers. Marley was still the invisible yard dog, moving trucks and keeping her head down. But in the spaces between jobs, she was learning how to hunt. She watched the station entrance. Hutchins would be another 10 minutes minimum. Maybe 15 if the showers were busy. This was her window. Marley reached under the passenger seat and pulled out the Slim Jim. Same tool she used at work. Same practiced motion. Except this time, the truck she was opening wasn't hers. She took a breath. Gloves from the glove box, leatherwork gloves, nothing unusual. She pulled them on, checked the lot one more time, and got out of the Nova. Walk casual. Just another driver. Nobody looks twice at a woman in work clothes walking through a truck stop lot. She crossed the 3 rows of pavement, boots crunching on gravel, heart hammering in her chest in a way it never did at work. This was different. This was crossing a line she couldn't uncross. But the lot lizards had warned her. Some girls didn't come back. That was proof enough. The red Peterbilt stood silent in the afternoon heat, refrigeration unit humming low on the trailer. Marley walked to the passenger side, away from the station building's line of sight, and pulled the Slim Jim from inside her jacket. She'd done this 1,000 times. Lockbox jammed. Keys missing. Driver's late. The Slim Jim slid between the window and the weather stripping, found the lock mechanism, and... click. The door popped open. Marley climbed in. The cab smelled like him. Coffee, sweat, diesel, something else underneath. Something faint and chemical that might have been bleach or might have been something worse. The dog photo was there on the dash, faded and sun-worn. The thermos holder was empty. CB radio mounted to the ceiling. Logbook on the dash, half filled with routes and times that could be falsified if you knew how. Marley's hands were shaking. She curled them into fists, steadied herself, and started looking. Glove box first. Registration. Proof of insurance. A handful of pens. Nothing. Under the seat. Fast food wrappers. A toolbox. Loose change. Nothing. The sleeper cab. Marley climbed into the back, pulling the privacy curtain aside. Narrow bunk with a thin mattress. Blanket folded at the foot. A duffel bag of clothes. The space was tight, claustrophobic, the kind of place you slept in when you had no choice. The kind of place you could kill someone without anyone hearing. She started with the obvious hiding spots. Under the mattress. Nothing. Inside the duffel. Just clothes, worn and faded. Behind the cab panels. Her fingers found a seam. Not factory. Cut and resealed. Someone had modified the wall panel, creating a gap between the interior and the frame. She pried at it carefully, and the panel lifted away. A hidden compartment. Small. Maybe 12 inches wide, 8 inches deep. Lined with plastic. And inside, a driver's license. Marley's breath stopped. She picked it up with gloved fingers, brought it into the light. Angela Romero. 23. Dark hair, dark eyes, unsmiling in the DMV photo the way everyone looked in those pictures. Address in El Paso. Issued 2 years ago. Marley turned it over. Nothing on the back. Just the license. Just the face. Angela Romero. One of the names from her wall. One of the women she'd been tracking. Last seen 6 months ago at a truck stop on I-10, getting into a truck that witnesses described as red, maybe refrigerated. Proof. This was proof. Marley's heart slammed against her ribs. She wanted to take it. Wanted to walk it to the cops and show them what she'd found. But the cops wouldn't care. Possession of someone's lost license wasn't a crime. And even if it was, she'd broken into the truck to find it. Fruit of the poisonous tree. Any lawyer worth their paycheck would get it thrown out. She memorized the license number. The address. The face. Then she put it back exactly where she'd found it. His prints on it. Not hers. She replaced the panel, smoothed the seam, and backed out of the sleeper cab. One license. One victim. That was enough to. The truck door opened. Time stopped. Marley froze. She was in the sleeper cab, half-crouched, gloves still on, heart exploding in her chest. The door was on the driver's side. She heard the hinges creak, heard boots on the step. A hand reached in. Hutchins. Right there. 6 feet away. She pressed herself into the corner of the sleeper, behind the privacy curtain, barely breathing. If he looked back. If he pulled the curtain. If he saw her. She heard rustling. Something being moved. A bag. He was grabbing something from the passenger seat. A bag he'd forgotten. Don't look back. Don't look back. Don't. The bag rustled. Zipped. Then footsteps. Retreating. The door closed. Silence. Marley stayed frozen for a count of 60. Listening. Waiting. Not breathing. Every second stretching into eternity. Every sound outside the truck amplified into potential disaster. 60. She moved. Slow. Careful. Checked the window. Hutchins was walking back toward the station building, bag over his shoulder, not looking back. She counted to 30. Then she slipped out the passenger door, closed it quietly, and walked. Not fast. Not panicked. Just another driver heading back to their rig. Hands in pockets to hide the shaking. Breathing through her nose to keep it steady. She made it to the Nova, climbed in, and sat. Her hands were trembling so hard she could barely grip the steering wheel. He'd been right there. 6 feet away. Maybe less. One look and she would have been done. Caught. Exposed. Whatever came after that, cops, questions, blown cover, didn't matter. She would have been finished before she started. But he didn't look. Marley sat in the car, breathing, waiting for her heart to stop trying to break through her ribs. Angela Romero. The name burned in her mind. The face. The address. The proof. She pulled the notebook from the glove box and wrote it down before she forgot. License number. Date of issue. Everything. Then she looked up at the red Peterbilt, 3 rows away. One license. One victim. How many more were in there? How many women had climbed into that cab and never climbed out? Marley started the engine. She needed to leave before Hutchins came back. Needed to put distance between herself and the line she'd just crossed. But first, she needed to confirm. Angela Romero? El Paso. 6 months missing. She'd find the family. Ask questions. Confirm the timeline. Make sure. Because one license in a hidden compartment meant something. It meant the lot lizards were right. It meant some girls didn't come back. It meant Dogman was exactly what she'd been looking for. A killer? That night, Marley sat at her kitchen table with the notebook open and the CB scanner on low. She wrote down everything she'd found. Hidden compartment. Driver's side sleeper cab wall, near the mattress. Behind the panel. One license. Angela Romero. El Paso. Issued 2 years ago. Missing 6 months. Left it in place. His prints, not mine. She underlined the last part twice. Then she read it through 3 times. Memorized every detail. Every date. Every observation from the past 6 days. Surveillance times. Thermos refills. The dog photo. The phone call. Angela's license number. The hidden compartment location. All of it stored now. She tore the pages from the notebook, folded them carefully, and carried them to the kitchen sink. The match flared orange in the dark apartment. She touched it to the paper. Watched her handwriting curl and blacken. watched names and dates turn to ash. Smoke rose toward the ceiling, smelling like burnt evidence and forensic discipline. No paper trail. No documentation. Just her and what she knew. If she was going to do this, if she was going to cross the line she'd been standing on for 6 days, she couldn't leave anything that pointed back to her. She had to be invisible. Just like at work. Just like she'd always been. Marley stared at the wall of missing women across from her. Angela Romero's face was there. She'd added it months ago when the missing persons report first circulated. Young woman, last seen at a truck stop, family in El Paso asking anyone for information. Now Marley knew where Angela's license was. She knew who had it. Tomorrow she'd start confirming. She'd call the family. She'd piece together the last days. She'd make sure. And then she'd decide. The CB crackled. A voice came through, deep and casual, asking about road conditions heading west. This is Dogman eastbound on I-10. Anybody got a smoky report near Balmorhea? Marley listened to the voice. The same voice that had talked to his wife on the phone. The same voice that had negotiated with the working girl by the fuel island. Ordinary. Human. Killer. She turned off the CB and went to bed. Chapter 7. Confirmation. The library smelled like old paper and floor wax. Afternoon light came through high windows, dust motes suspended in the beams like evidence nobody wanted to collect. Marley sat at the microfiche machine in the back corner, feeding film through the reader like thread through a needle. The machine hummed, a mechanical prayer nobody answered. 6 months back. Local newspapers from the I-10 corridor. She scrolled past weather reports and car dealership ads. Found the crime section. Missing persons reports buried in the middle pages where nobody looked. Between the obituaries and the classifieds. The system's admission that some disappearances didn't rate front-page treatment. The reader whirred. Text scrolled. Dates blurred past. August? September. October. Then, Angela Romero. 23. Last seen at a truck stop near El Paso. Dark hair, brown eyes. 5'4". Working to save money for nursing school. Her mother told police she was expected home that weekend. Never arrived. Police say she probably ran off. No signs of foul play. The journalist didn't even bother with a question mark. Just stated it like fact. Another lot lizard who got tired of the life and disappeared. Marley stared at the grainy photo. Same face as the license in Hutchins' truck. Same dark hair pulled back in a ponytail. Same young eyes that didn't know what was coming. Angela smiled in the picture, full of plans nobody would let her keep. 23. Nursing school. A mother who waited for a call that never came. Marley's hands were steady as she hit the print button. The microfiche machine whirred, spat out a copy. She folded the page, creased it carefully. Paid the librarian on the way out, a woman who didn't look up from her date stamp, didn't notice the yard dog with a murder victim's face in her pocket. The payphone outside smelled like cigarette ash and rain. Marley fed quarters into the slot, dialed the number from the article. 3 rings. 4. Hello? The voice was tired. Worn down by hope deferred. Mrs. Romero? My name is Marley Crenshaw. I lost my mother. She worked the truck stops too. I'm trying to find out what happened to her. Silence on the line. Cherokee? Rebecca? They called her Cherokee. I'm sorry. The voice cracked slightly. I heard about her. I'm so sorry. Thank you. I heard about Angela. I wondered if you could tell me what happened. I'm trying to understand who these men are, what they do. Another silence. Longer this time. When Mrs. Romero spoke again, her voice was steadier. The voice of a woman who'd told this story before. To cops who didn't care. To family who stopped listening. To herself, late at night, when the silence got too heavy. Angela wasn't the running type. The police said she was. But they didn't know her. The words came faster now, like water through a broken dam. She had plans. She was saving money for nursing school. She wouldn't just leave. What did she tell you? Before she disappeared. She said she'd be home Saturday. She was working the El Paso corridor. Said the money was good. Said she was careful. A sharp intake of breath. She was always careful. Marley listened. Watched a truck roll past on the highway. Imagined Angela climbing into a red Peterbilt. Smiling at a man with missing fingers. Not knowing. Last time I heard from her, she called from a payphone. Said she'd met a driver heading east. Big guy, she said. Red truck. He was giving her a ride to the next stop. Mrs. Romero's voice dropped. That was the last time. The police found her? 3 months later. Body in a ditch outside Tucson. They said it was probably a different girl. Still Jane Doe in the files. Couldn't prove it was Angela without dental records we couldn't afford. But I knew. The sob came sudden and sharp. A mother knows. Marley closed her eyes. Saw the license in Hutchins' truck. Proof the police never found. Proof they never looked for. The medical examiner said there were ligature marks. Where, they thought. Around her neck. Mrs. Romero's voice steadied again, went clinical. The voice of someone who'd studied every detail. Wire. CB antenna wire. The method confirmed. The signature. I'm sorry, Marley said. The words felt hollow. Inadequate. I'm so sorry. Find your mother's killer, Mrs. Romero said. Don't let them get away with it. I won't. And if you hear anything about Angela, I'll tell you. The lie sat heavy in her throat. She wouldn't tell. Not yet. Not until it was done. But she'd give Mrs. Romero something better than words. She'd give her a body count. One less predator on the road. One less mother waiting for a call that would never come. She hung up. Stood in the phone booth. Rain started to fall, light drops against the glass. Angela Romero, 23. Nursing school dreams. Wire around her neck. The proof was there. In Hutchins' truck. In Mrs. Romero's voice. In the way the police shrugged and filed it away and forgot. Another disposable woman. Another case nobody wanted. One victim was enough. The lot lizards were right. The license proved it. Angela's mother confirmed it. Wire strangulation. Red Peterbilt. Big guy with missing fingers. Dale Hutchins was a killer. And killers died. Back in her apartment, Marley stood before the wall. Missing women stared back, faces frozen in bad photocopies and newspaper grain. Some with proper missing persons flyers, professionally printed. Some with handwritten index cards, because that was all their families could afford. Some with nothing but names she'd scribbled after overhearing lot lizards whisper about a girl who never came back. The wall had taken years to build. Every face a question nobody wanted to answer. She didn't add Angela's photo. Not yet. Angela was accounted for now. Not saved. But known. Her name had moved from the missing column to the confirmed dead column in Marley's mental ledger. When this was over, when Hutchins was cold, she'd take Angela's picture down. Put it in the folder with the others she'd resolve. One victim was enough to act. Courts needed proof beyond reasonable doubt, evidence chains, witnesses who'd testify. She wasn't a court. She was consequence. And consequence only needed certainty. The license in Hutchins' truck. Mrs. Romero's testimony. Wire ligature marks on a body in Tucson. That was certainty. The method crystallized in her mind like frost on glass. Poetic justice. He'd killed Angela with CB antenna wire. He'd die the same way. His own method. His own signature. Turned against him like a reflection in a dark mirror. She walked to her closet. Reached past the work clothes, the denim and flannel that made her invisible on the job. Past the wigs she'd bought at thrift stores, the lot lizard disguises she used for intelligence gathering. Found the small toolkit she'd assembled over 3 years. Wire cutters. Pliers. Heavy-duty gloves. A coil of thin, flexible wire she'd pulled from a junked CB antenna behind a truck stop last month. The weight of it felt right in her hands. Familiar. Like the Slim Jim she used at work. Like any tool she'd learned to handle. Just another instrument. Just another job. Except this job ended with a man dead in his sleeper cab. Except this job meant crossing a line you couldn't uncross. She put the wire back, closed the closet door. Stood at the window watching headlights crawl along the highway in the distance. Trucks heading east, west, following the interstate like blood through an artery. Somewhere out there, Hutchins was behind the wheel of his red Peterbilt, scanning the CB channels. Looking. Always looking. For the next woman who'd climb into his cab. The next test subject. The next person nobody would miss. Maria Santos was already gone. Angela Romero was 3 months cold in the ground. Maybe they weren't his first. Maybe there were more licenses in that hidden compartment, pressed between foam and metal like pressed flowers in a book. More faces nobody looked for. More mothers who stopped answering the phone because hope hurt worse than silence. She'd find out soon enough, when she searched his truck properly. After. But first, she needed more intelligence. His patterns. His schedule. The predictability that would let her get close without raising alarms. The lot lizards had given her his name. She'd confirmed he was a killer. Now she needed to learn the rhythm of his hunting. Find the moment when he was vulnerable. 10 days. That's what she'd given herself at Buckeye when she first spotted the red Peterbilt. 10 days to confirm, plan, and act. She'd used 3 days for the break-in and confirmation. 7 days left. The wire would be ready. She would be ready. And Dale Hutchins, the monster the lot lizards whispered about, would answer for Angela Romero. For Maria Santos. For every woman who climbed into his truck and never climbed back out. Not justice. Consequence. 7 days. She could be patient for 7 more days. Angela Romero had been patient for 3 months in a ditch. Maria Santos was being patient right now, wherever he'd left her. She wouldn't fail. Chapter 8. Gathering Intelligence. Last intelligence run. Different stop, smaller, off the main drag, tucked behind a feed store and a burned-out Dairy Queen. Different wig, auburn instead of blonde. Same role. The lot lizards knew her pattern now. Not her, the woman asking questions about Dogman. They'd started answering faster, wanting to help, wanting the new girl to survive. Tonight's cluster. 3 women near the fuel island. One of them, older, face line deep, had worked this corridor for years. Marley asked the question she'd been building toward. The ones who don't come back from Dogman's truck, what happens first? The older woman shuddered. He tests them. Tests them how? Another woman answered. Bleached hair, cigarette in hand. Asks questions. Where you from? Who knows you're here? When someone's expecting you back. Locks the doors, watches how you react. Sounds like every trucker, Marley said. No. The youngest spoke, couldn't be more than 22. It's different with him. He's not just checking if you're a cop. He's checking if anyone will notice when you're gone. The words hung in the diesel-thick air. A semi pulled out, Jake brake groaning. The sound covered the silence that followed. I heard a story, the young woman continued, voice dropping. Girl named Angela. Real sweet. Saving up for something. She went with him. Never came back. Marley's throat tightened. Kept her face neutral. When was this? 6 months ago. Maybe more. Her mom looked for her. Filed reports. Nobody cared. The young woman took a long drag. Nobody ever cares. Did you see it? Marley asked. Did you see her get in his truck? The bleached hair woman nodded. I was working the Texaco that night. Saw him talking to her at the fuel island. Saw her laugh at something he said. He's charming, you know. Makes you think he's safe. Makes you think he's different from the other ones. And she just got in. He offered her a ride to the next stop. Said he was heading that way anyway. Angela was trying to save gas money. Figured why not? The woman's voice went flat. That's the last time anyone saw her. You told the cops? I told the cops. They wrote it down. Did nothing. Said lot lizards move around. Said she probably just went somewhere else. The bitterness in her voice could strip paint. But I know what I saw. And I know Angela. She wasn't the running type. The older woman spoke again. There was another girl, too. Before Angela. Girl named Teresa. Same thing. Got into his truck. Never came back. That was a year ago. 2 years. 2 women. Maybe more. The pattern clearer now. He picks up girls every few nights, the young woman said. Not every time. Maybe 1 out of every 3, 4 runs through here. Tests them. If they pass, they get out alive. If they don't. She didn't finish. Didn't need to. Marley processed. How do you pass? The bleached hair woman met her eyes. Something hard and knowing in that look. Something that had survived when others hadn't. You lie. You tell him someone's expecting you. You tell him your brother is a cop. You tell him your boyfriend is meeting you at the next stop. Anything that makes him think someone will look for you. She stubbed out her cigarette. And you don't panic when he locks the doors. You don't scream. You don't fight. You just sit there and smile and pretend you're not scared. That's it? That's it. He's testing to see if you're easy prey. If you react like you're used to locked doors and rough men, he loses interest. Lets you out at the next stop. She lit another cigarette. But if you panic, if you show him you're scared, if you admit nobody's waiting for you. But, great. The young woman finished the thought. Then he knows you're the one nobody will miss. Marley felt the weight of it settle. The logic. The predator's calculus. Hutchins wasn't impulsive. He was methodical. Patient. Testing his victims like a quality control inspector sorting through inventory. You said he keeps wire handy? The 3 women went still. The question had shifted something. Gone from general caution to specific interest. The bleached hair woman studied Marley with new intensity. Why you asking so much about him? Marley held her gaze. Made a choice in that moment. Heard stories, that's all. Don't want to be next. Then stay away from red Peterbilts. Stay away from guys missing fingers. Stay away from anyone who calls himself Dogman on the CB. The woman's voice went cold. And if you're smart, you stay off this corridor altogether. There's safer places to work. Can't afford to move. Can't afford not to. She crushed out her cigarette. You looking to work with him or work around him? Because your questions sound like you're planning something. Marley let confusion cross her face. Easy enough. I'm just trying not to end up like Angela. Then you listen to what we're telling you. Some truckers are rough. Some are dangerous. Dogman. The woman shook her head. Dogman is different. He doesn't just hurt you. He makes you disappear. The older woman touched Marley's arm. Light contact. Warning. You stay away from him, honey. Promise me that. I promise, Marley lied. The younger woman glanced toward an idling truck. Driver in the cab, looking their direction. She lifted a hand, started walking over. Business. The woman with the lighter watched her go, then turned back to Marley. One more thing. Every 3-4 nights. That's his cycle. He works refrigerated runs between packing houses. Keeps him local for a few weeks at a time. Then he disappears for a month, comes back, starts again. How do you keep track? We survive by keeping track. The woman pulled out another cigarette, didn't light it. Just held it like a talisman. You see that red Peterbilt, you walk the other way. You hear dogmen on the CB, you don't answer. You do what you have to do to eat. But you don't get in that truck. Not ever. I won't, Marley said. The woman studied her a moment longer, then nodded. Good luck out here. You too. Marley walked back to her Nova. Got in. Sat in the driver's seat watching the lot through the windshield. The woman with the lighter was talking to someone else now, passing along the same warnings. The sisterhood of survival. Knowledge traded for protection that never quite worked. Angela Romero got in the truck. Teresa before her. Maria Santos after. How many more women had Hutchins tested? How many passed his screening and lived? How many failed and became names nobody remembered? She wouldn't find out from the lot lizards. They knew what they saw. The disappearances. The pattern. But they didn't know the scope. Couldn't know. They were too busy surviving to document. But Marley would find out. When she searched his truck properly. When she found all the licenses, not just the one. Every 3 to 4 nights. Refrigerated runs. Local for weeks. Pattern confirmed. She had everything she needed now. His method. His cycle. His test. The wire he kept handy. The locked doors. The questions designed to find the women nobody would miss. She knew how he hunted. Now she knew how to hunt him. Marley started the Nova. Pulled out of the lot. Didn't look back at the women still working. Still surviving. Still warning each other about monsters who smiled and locked doors and made you disappear. She'd taken what she needed. No notes. No documentation. Everything stored in memory where nobody could find it. Pattern confirmed. Method confirmed. Victims confirmed. Intelligence phase over. Actus Tech could begin. Chapter 9. The Watcher. Betty Kowalski sat behind the dispatch desk with a cigarette burning in the ashtray and a clipboard full of runs. She looked up when Marley walked in, exhaled smoke through her nose like a patient dragon. Got something for you. Day long. Amarillo dealership to a shop in Midland. Freightliner with transmission trouble. Needs to be there by 6. Midland's fine. Marley signed the log. Took the keys from the pegboard. You've been taking a lot of I-10 runs lately. Marley kept her face neutral. Good money on that corridor. Uh-huh. Betty tapped Ash. Just saying. You get particular about your routes, people notice. I'm not particular. I go where you send me. And I'm sending you to Midland. Betty marked something on the clipboard. Bring it back clean. Last driver left beer cans in the cab. Will do. Outside, the Freightliner waited. Marley did her walk around, checking tires and lights. Climbed up into the cab. Started the engine. Let it warm while she adjusted the mirrors. The route to Midland ran along I-10 for 80 miles. The same corridor Hutchins worked. The same stops he'd hit during his refrigerated runs. Not a coincidence. She'd been requesting I-10 routes for a week now. Watching. Learning his patterns through observation instead of asking. The intelligence phase was over. This was active surveillance. Different from the break-in. Different from the lot lizard conversations. This was Marley in her yard dog clothes, invisible behind the wheel of a company truck, watching a predator move through his hunting ground. She pulled out of the desert sun lot, headed west toward the interstate. Mile marker 145. She spotted the red Peterbilt at a fuel island. Hutchins was topping off, one hand on the pump. She pulled into the truck stop, parked 3 rows back. Far enough not to be noticed. Close enough to watch. Hutchins finished fueling. Walked toward the station. Same routine she'd seen 3 times now. Fill the tank. Grab something to eat. Check the CB for traffic. Back on the road. Predictable. Marley climbed down from the Freightliner. Walked into the truck stop like she belonged there. Grabbed coffee from the counter. Stood near the window watching through the glass. Hutchins at the coffee station, pouring from the industrial urn into his thermos. Steam rising. He said something to another driver, laughed, handed a wrench to the guy with easy familiarity. Just another trucker. Helping out. Being neighborly. The other driver thanked him, clapped him on the shoulder, walked off. Hutchins turned back to his coffee, screwed the thermos lid tight. She filed that away. Predictable, which made it perfect. Mile marker 18-7. Different truck stop. She dropped the Freightliner at the Midland shop, picked up a return run. A bobtail back to Amarillo. Light enough to make good time. She saw the red Peterbilt again, parked in the back row this time. Hutchins wasn't visible. Probably in the sleeper, taking his federally mandated rest break. The truck sat dark, curtains drawn. Marley didn't stop. Kept driving. Just another truck passing through. But she noted the location. The time? The pattern building. 3 observations now. Morning fuel up at mile 45. Evening rest break at mile 18-7. Short haul work, like the lot lizard said. Refrigerated runs between packing houses and cold storage. Kept him on the same 100-mile stretch for weeks at a time. Hitting the same truck stops. Same fuel islands. Same coffee station. Same lot lizards working the same lots. Every 3 to 4 nights, he'd pick one up. Test her. Let her go or keep her depending on how she answered his questions. Teresa. Angela. Maria Santos. How many more? Mile marker 52. Late afternoon. She spotted him again. This time he was talking to a lot lizard at the fuel island. Young woman, couldn't be more than 25. Bleached blonde hair. Too thin jacket for the weather. Marley pulled in, parked, watched from the cab. Hutchins was charming her. Smiling. Gesturing toward his truck. The woman laughed at something he said. Nodded. Started walking toward the Peterbilt. Marley's hands tightened on the steering wheel. The woman climbed up. Disappeared into the cab. Hutchins followed. The truck rocked slightly as they moved into the sleeper. 40 minutes. That's how long Marley waited, watching that red Peterbilt. Wondering if the woman inside was passing the test or failing it. Wondering if she'd walk back out or disappear like Angela. The cab door opened. The woman climbed down. Shaken but alive. She walked fast across the lot, not looking back. Headed toward a cluster of other lot lizards, said something that made them all look toward Hutchins' truck. He climbed down a few minutes later. Stretched. Checked his load straps. Got back in the cab. Pulled out onto the highway. The woman had passed. Gave him the right answers. Convinced him someone would notice if she disappeared. This time. But Maria Santos hadn't passed. Angela Romero hadn't passed. And sooner or later, another woman would climb into that truck and fail the test and vanish into whatever disposal method Hutchins used. Refrigerated trailer. That's what the lot lizard said. He kept bodies in the refrigerated trailer. Marley felt something cold settle in her chest. Not horror. Not revulsion. Planning. If he kept the bodies in the trailer, that meant time lag between kill and disposal. That meant evidence. That meant when she searched his truck after, she'd find more than licenses. Unless he'd already dumped the latest ones. Unless Maria Santos was already gone and there was nothing left to find. The cold feeling intensified. Not about the discovery. About the delay. Every day she waited to act, he could kill again. Every day she spent gathering intelligence and planning the approach, another woman could be climbing into that truck. Another mother could be waiting for a phone call. Another body could be cooling in a refrigerated trailer. She thought about Angela Romero. 6 months missing before the license surfaced. 6 months of her mother calling police departments and truck stops and anyone who'd listen. 6 months of hope bleeding out into certainty. She thought about Maria Santos. Missing how long now? 2 weeks. 3? Family somewhere, maybe. Or maybe not. Maybe Maria was alone in the world. Maybe nobody was calling. Maybe nobody cared. The guilt wasn't about killing Hutchins. The guilt was about waiting. She'd needed intelligence. Needed to confirm the pattern. Needed to know his schedule, his method, his vulnerabilities. But how much intelligence was enough? How many women had to disappear while she watched and documented and planned? Angela was already dead. Maria was likely dead. Who was next? Marley started the truck, pulled out of the lot, headed back toward Amarillo. She had the intelligence she needed. Pattern confirmed. Schedule confirmed. Method confirmed by lot lizard testimony and direct observation. 7 days left in her 10-day window. 7 days to finalize the approach. Acquire the sedative. Practice the method. 7 days felt like too long. But rushing meant mistakes. Mistakes meant getting caught. Getting caught meant Hutchins walked free and kept killing. Kept testing women. Kept filling that hidden compartment with licenses from people nobody looked for. She couldn't rush. Not for this. But she also couldn't keep watching him drive away with potential victims. Couldn't keep standing by while the body count rose. 7 days. Then she'd act. Then she'd stop him. Then Maria Santos and Angela Romero, and all the names she didn't know yet, would be the last. The thermos habit was his weakness. She'd exploit it. Spike it with chloral hydrate. Watch him get drowsy and confused. Pull him off the road to somewhere isolated. Finish it with his own wire. His method turned against him. 7 days. She could live with 7 more days of watching. Angela Romero had waited 6 months for justice and got nothing. Maria Santos was waiting right now, wherever Hutchins had left her. 7 days was nothing compared to that. But it felt like everything. That night, back in her apartment, Marley stood at the window, watched the highway lights. The rage hadn't faded. It had focused. Sharpened into something cold and precise. Not rage anymore. Purpose. She'd acquire the chloral hydrate. Test it on herself. Learn the timing. Then she'd wait for the right moment, when she could step into his world wearing the damsel's face and let him think he'd found another easy victim. He'd be wrong. Maria Santos was still out there. Somewhere. Maybe alive. Probably not. But maybe. 7 days. Then Hutchins would answer for Angela. For Maria. For all the women whose names she'd never know. Chapter 10. The Persona. The library books sat stacked on Marley's kitchen table. Medical reference texts she'd checked out under the guise of studying for nursing prerequisites. Nobody questioned the yard dog trying to better herself. Nobody looked twice. Pharmacology and drug actions. Clinical toxicology manual. Sedative hypnotics. A medical reference. She'd been through them twice already. Taking notes in her head, documenting nothing on paper. Chloral hydrate kept coming up. Old-fashioned knockout drops. Mickey Finn in detective novels. Before benzodiazepines made it obsolete. Still available if you knew where to look. Still effective if you knew how to dose it. 20 to 30 minutes for initial drowsiness. 45 to 60 for significant impairment. Confusion. Loss of coordination. Unable to fight back but still conscious enough to understand what was happening. Perfect. She needed him impaired, not unconscious. Needed him to know. To hear Angela's name. To comprehend what was happening in the seconds before the wire tightened and comprehension stopped mattering. The books went back to the library that afternoon. Returned on time. No late fees. No record of unusual interest in sedatives beyond what a would-be nursing student might research. The next problem was acquisition. You couldn't just walk into a pharmacy and ask for chloral hydrate. Not without a prescription. Not without questions. But there were pharmacies that asked fewer questions if you had something they wanted. The place was on the wrong side of Amarillo. Behind a pawn shop. Next to a bar with blacked-out windows. The kind of neighborhood where people minded their own business because minding someone else's got you hurt. Marley parked her Nova 2 blocks away. Walked. The pharmacy had bars on the windows and a flickering neon sign that just said drugs. Inside smelled like disinfectant and something chemical she couldn't name. A young guy stood behind the counter. Mid-20s. Greasy hair. Eyes that tracked her from the moment the door chimed. Help you? I need something. We got lots of somethings. You got a prescription? No. His eyes narrowed. Then I can't help you. I think you can. She kept her voice level. Let him look at her. Yard dog clothes. Dirty hands from work. The kind of woman who wouldn't be in this neighborhood unless she was desperate. What do you need? Chloral hydrate. He laughed. Short and sharp. Nobody asks for that anymore. What are you, a time traveler? Can you get it? Maybe. He leaned on the counter. What's it worth to you? Here it was. The transaction. The line she had to cross to get what she needed. She'd known it was coming. Had prepared herself. This was just another tool. Just another means to an end. Angela Romero was already dead. Maria Santos was probably dead. If sex behind a pharmacy counter was the price for stopping Hutchins, then that was the price. Not morality. Mathematics. What do you want? He smiled. The kind of smile that knew it had leverage. How about you come around back? We'll work something out. She followed him through a door marked E-employees only. Storeroom. Boxes of inventory. A desk with paperwork scattered across it. Door to what might have been a break room or bathroom. He locked the storeroom door behind them. Turned to face her. You a cop? No. You working for someone? Just myself. What do you need it for? That's my business. He studied her. Calculating. Chloral hydrates controlled. I'd have to order it special. Cost me. Cost you. How much? $100. Plus. He gestured vaguely, making it clear what the plus meant. $100 was 2 weeks of yard dog pay. The other cost was cheaper in some ways. More expensive in others. But she'd made the decision walking into this place. Had known what it would take. Fine. Now? You get the chloral hydrate first. I come back. We settle accounts. How do I know you'll come back? How do I know you'll get it? He laughed again. Softer this time. Fair? Give me 3 days. Come back Friday evening. 6 o'clock. Bring the money. Friday. 6. She turned toward the door. His voice stopped her. You're going to kill someone with it, aren't you? She looked back. Kept her face blank. That's my business. Just asking. He pulled a cigarette from his pocket. Lit it. I don't care. Long as you got the money, I don't care what you do with it. She left. Walked the 2 blocks back to her Nova. Got in. Sat behind the wheel, hands shaking slightly. Not fear. Not regret. Just the physical aftermath of crossing into territory she'd never entered before. She'd bought a murder weapon from a criminal using her body as currency. The line was behind her now. Couldn't uncross it. Friday. 3 days. Friday came. 6 o'clock. Marley walked into the pharmacy with $100 in her pocket and nothing else. No wire. No weapon. Just the cash and the understanding that some purchases cost more than money. The young pharmacist saw her. Nodded toward the back. She followed. The storeroom looked the same. He locked the door behind them again. Pulled a small bottle from his pocket. Brown glass. Prescription label scratched off. 50 milliliters. Pure. Don't take too much or you'll kill yourself. How much is too much? More than 2 grams. This is about 5 grams total. Dose carefully. She took the bottle. held it up to the light. Clear liquid. Slightly oily. Looked like water. Smelled faintly sweet. The money? She handed him the cash. He counted it. Twice. Folded it into his pocket. Now the rest. This was it. The price. The cost of consequence. She'd survived worse. Survived her mother's disappearance and the cops who laughed. Survived the knowledge that Rebecca had been alive that whole time, waiting for rescue that never came. She could survive this. Marley followed him to the break room. Small. Dirty. Couch with springs showing through the cushions. He locked that door too. You don't have to look like you're at a funeral, he said. This can be pleasant. Let's just get it done. It wasn't pleasant. It was mechanical. She disconnected somewhere around the time he put his hands on her. Found a door in her head, the one she'd learned to open a long time ago when survival meant not being present for what was happening to your body. Stepped through that door. Closed it behind her. Old skill. Rusty but functional. She'd learned it the first time someone decided the lot lizard's daughter was fair game too. Learned it again when the system failed her mother and she had to keep functioning anyway. Useful skill for a woman living in the margins. When it was done, she cleaned up in the bathroom sink. Looked at herself in the cracked mirror. Same face. Same dirt under her fingernails. Same yard dog. Just carrying something heavy that wasn't visible. The pharmacist was counting the money again when she came out. You good? I'm good. You need more. You know where to find me. I won't need more. She left with the bottle in her jacket pocket. Walked the 2 blocks. Got in her Nova. Drove home through evening traffic. The bottle sat heavy against her ribs. Cost and benefit. Angela Romero died screaming with wire around her throat. Maria Santos vanished into a refrigerated trailer. That pharmacist wanted 20 minutes behind a locked door. The math was simple. 1 transaction. 1 bottle. 1 step closer to stopping Hutchins. Worth it. Had to be worth it. Saturday afternoon. Marley alone in her apartment. Bottle on the kitchen table. 1 teaspoon measured carefully. Mixed in a glass of water. She drank it. Set a timer. Sat on the couch. Waited. 15 minutes. Mild drowsiness. Like staying up too late. She could still function but felt the edge of sleep pressing in. 25 minutes. Heavier. Head feeling thick. Coordination slightly off when she stood to test her balance. 40 minutes. Significant impairment. Walking required concentration. Thinking required effort. She had become suggestible. Confused. If someone told her to do something in this state, she might comply just because forming resistance took too much energy. 55 minutes. Peak effect. She lay on the couch, unable to move without significant effort. Not unconscious. Still aware. But helpless. She made notes in her head. Timing. Sensation. The way the drug crept in gradually then hit hard all at once. 2 hours later, the effect faded. Headache. Nausea. Hot in mouth. Hangover without the alcohol. She'd lived. 1 teaspoon wasn't lethal. But it was enough. For Hutchins, she'd used 2 teaspoons. Maybe 3, accounting for his size. In his thermos. He'd drink it without knowing. Keep driving. Feel the drowsiness. Pull over thinking he just needed rest. Then the confusion would hit. Then the helplessness. Then the wire. She tested herself on Sunday with a slightly smaller dose. Same timeline. Same effects. Consistent. By Monday, she knew exactly what she was doing. The wire came next. She'd already pulled it from the junked CB antenna. Same gauge Hutchins used. Same flexibility. She practiced on the melons she'd bought from the grocery store. Set them on the kitchen counter. Wrapped the wire. Pulled. The first one she pulled too fast. Wire cut through. Made a mess. The second one she pulled too slow. Melan stayed intact too long. The third one she got right. Steady pressure. Even tension. The kind of control that would translate to a human neck if she practiced enough. She practiced on 6 melons. Got better each time. Learned the feel of it. The resistance. The moment when resistance stopped. By the end, she could do it with her eyes closed. Muscle memory. Like backing a trailer or popping a lock. Just another skill. The plan was complete. Chloral hydrate to incapacitate. Wire to kill. His method. His signature. Turned against him. She looked at herself in the bathroom mirror that night, practicing the damsel persona. The smile. The vulnerable posture. The voice that asked for help instead of taking it. A woman who needed a ride. Who'd be grateful. Who wouldn't see the danger until too late. The woman in the mirror looked back. Stranger. Not the yard dog. Not the lot lizard collecting intelligence. Someone new. Someone who'd traded sex for poison and practiced murder on produce. Someone who'd cross lines because the alternative was watching Hutchins keep killing. The damsel smiled. Soft. Helpless. Grateful. Perfect. 4 days left in the 10-day window. 4 days to wait for the right moment. To watch for the pattern to align. To step into his world and end it. The woman in the mirror didn't look away. She was ready. Chapter 11. Patterns in Blood. Special Agent Daniel Kurtz sat at his desk in the Houston field office and stared at a map that told a story nobody wanted to read. Red pins marked disappearances. Blue pins marked bodies found. Yellow pins marked last known locations. I-10 and I-20 corridors. Texas. Louisiana. New Mexico. Arizona. A spiderweb of highways where women vanished like smoke. 43 pins. 43 women. Lot lizards, hitchhikers, runaways. Women working the truck stops or thumbing rides. Women the system had decided weren't worth the effort. Wrong kind of victims. Kurtz pulled a file from the stack. Teresa Morales. Missing 14 months. Last seen at a truck stop outside El Paso. No body. No leads. Case marked inactive after 6 months. Next file. Angela Romero. Missing 8 months. Body found in Tucson 3 months after disappearance. Wire ligature marks. Me ruled homicide. Local PD filed it under unsolved. No suspects. No investigation beyond the initial report. Next file. Maria Santos. Missing 3 weeks. Last seen on I-10 near San Antonio. Family filed a report. Police took notes. Closed the case after 48 hours. Probable runaway. Same corridor. Same victim profile. Same institutional indifference. Kurtz had been tracking this for 2 years. Side project. The cases nobody else wanted. The women nobody else cared about. Being the only black agent in the Houston office meant getting the leftovers. The cold cases. The files other agents passed on because they knew they wouldn't lead to promotions or headlines. Let Kurtz handle it. Let him spin his wheels on cases that went nowhere. But Kurtz saw the pattern. Saw what others dismissed as coincidence. Mobile killer. Probably a trucker. Access to victims through the stops. Ability to cross state lines without suspicion. Cooling off periods consistent with over-the-road schedules. Dump sites spread across 4 states, suggesting familiarity with the corridors. Method varied slightly. Strangulation mostly. Wire in some cases. Rope in others. But always manual. Always personal. Always disposed in remote locations where discovery took weeks or months. He'd tried to get BSU interested. Called them 6 times over the past year. Same response every time. Agent Kurtz, we appreciate your initiative, but our resources are committed to higher priority investigations. Higher priority. Meaning white victims. College girls. Missing from suburbs instead of truck stops. The kind of cases that made the news and made careers. Not lot lizards. Not women who'd already slipped through society's cracks. Not the disposable population. Last call to BSU, they'd been more direct. These women move around, Agent Kurtz. They're transient by nature. Most of these cases are probably just women relocating. We can't commit Bureau resources based on speculation. Speculation? 43 pins wasn't speculation. It was a pattern. Kurtz picked up the phone. Dialed the number he'd memorized. BSU main line. Got transferred twice. Finally reached Agent Morrison. Kurtz. What can I do for you? Following up on the I-10 corridor cases. I've got 3 more disappearances in the past month. Same profile. Same MO. I think we need to escalate this. Silence on the line. Daniel, we've been over this. You've got 40-something cases spread across 2 years and 4 states. Different jurisdictions. Different circumstances. We can't establish pattern linkage without more concrete evidence. Wire strangulation is concrete. Dump sites near truck stops are concrete. Victim profiles matching is concrete. In 3 cases, yes. The rest are just missing persons. Could be anything. Could be they moved on. They didn't move on. They were killed. You don't know that. I know that women don't vanish into thin air. I know that when they disappear from truck stops and turn up dead 3 states away with ligature marks, somebody killed them. Another silence. Longer this time. Morrison's voice came back careful. Diplomatic. I understand your frustration, but BSU works cases where we can establish clear jurisdiction and pattern evidence. Your cases are scattered. Different local PDs handling different pieces. We'd need coordination that, frankly, the Bureau isn't going to commit to right now. Because the victims are lot lizards. That's not. That is what this is about. If these were college students, you'd have a task force assembled yesterday. Morrison's voice hardened. That's not fair, Agent Kurtz. We work cases based on resource allocation and investigative priority. These cases don't meet the threshold. The threshold for what? For carry? The threshold for federal involvement. You know how this works. Local jurisdiction handles local crimes. We step in when there's clear interstate pattern evidence that local can't handle. You haven't established that. 43 pins. Same corridors. Same victim profiles. What more do you need? Forensic linkage. Method signatures. Witness testimony placing a specific suspect at multiple scenes. Something that ties these cases together beyond geographic proximity and victim demographics. Morrison's voice softened slightly. Look, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying you need more before we can act on it. Keep building the case. Document everything. Maybe you'll find the connection that makes this actionable. How many more women have to die before it's actionable? That's not fair. But it's accurate. Morrison sighed. I'll keep your file active. You get something solid, call me. Until then, my hands are tied. The line went dead. Kurtz sat with the receiver in his hand. Listened to the dial tone. Hung up. 43 pins. 43 women. Not enough. How many was enough? 50? 100? How many disposable women had to disappear before the Bureau decided they mattered? He went back to the map. Traced the corridors with his finger. I-10 from El Paso to San Antonio to Houston. 2020 from Odessa to Shreveport. Overlapping territory. A trucker could work both routes. Could disappear a woman in Texas and dump her in Louisiana. Cross state lines twice before local PD even filed a report. Perfect hunting ground. Perfect victim pool. Women nobody tracked. Women nobody looked for. Women the system had already failed. And somewhere out there, someone was hunting them. Kurtz pulled out his notes. Method analysis. Wire strangulation in 3 confirmed cases. Rope in 2 others. Manual strangulation in 1. Varied enough that local PDs didn't connect them. Similar enough that Kurtz saw the pattern. All disposed near truck stops or highway rest areas. All found weeks or months after death. All in remote locations where discovery was accidental: hunters, hikers, highway crews. Cooling off periods ranged from 2 weeks to 3 months. Inconsistent. Could be schedule-based. Could be opportunity-based. Could be the gaps between when he felt the urge and when he found the right victim. Kurtz had theories. Lots of theories. What he didn't have was a name, a face, a truck, a company, anything specific. Just a map full of pins and a certainty that nobody else shared. He opened his desk drawer, pulled out the file folders he'd assembled over 2 years. Each case documented. Each victim photographed and cataloged. Each disappearance mapped and cross-referenced. Professional work. The kind of work that should have gotten BSU's attention. The kind of work that went nowhere because the victims didn't matter to anyone except their families and one black agent in Houston who couldn't let it go. His phone rang. Internal line. Kurtz. Daniel, it's Crawford. Got a minute? Sure. We need you on the bank robbery task force. 3 hits in 6 weeks. Clear pattern. Looks like our jurisdiction. I'm working the highway cases. Those aren't going anywhere, Daniel. This is active. This is now. We need your analytical skills. Translation. Stop wasting time on cold cases nobody cares about. Work cases that actually matter. I'll be there in 5. He hung up. Looked at the map one more time. 43 pins. 43 women. Somewhere out there, a trucker was driving his route. Scanning the truck stops. Looking for the next woman who wouldn't be missed. And Kurtz couldn't stop him because he didn't have a name. Didn't have a truck. Didn't have anything except theories and pins and the certainty that women were dying while the system looked the other way. He closed the file. Locked it in his desk drawer. The map stayed on the wall. Someone had to remember. Even if nobody else cared. Even if he couldn't do anything about it. That night in his apartment, Kurtz sat at his kitchen table with a beer and his personal copy of the case files. Off-the-clock work. The kind you did because you couldn't let it go. He spread the photos across the table. Faces of the disappeared. Some from missing persons posters. Some from driver's licenses. Some from family snapshots. Young women. Older women. Black, Hispanic. What they had in common wasn't race or age. It was vulnerability. Life on the margins. Work that made them invisible. Teresa Morales smiled in her photo. Angela Romero, too. Maria Santos looked tired. Like she'd already seen too much. All gone. All forgotten except by families who called police departments that didn't care and FBI offices that couldn't help. Kurtz had called each family. Taken notes. Documented what local PD hadn't bothered to document. Last known locations. Who they'd been with. What they'd been wearing. Where they were headed. Details that might matter someday, if he could ever get anyone to listen. His phone rang. He checked the caller ID. His ex-wife. He let it ring. She'd call about their daughter. About support payments or custody arrangements. About something he couldn't fix from here because fixing family problems required being present and he was too busy chasing ghosts. The ringing stopped. Voicemail clicked on. He'd call back tomorrow. Tell her he was working a case. She'd say he was always working a case. He'd agree. They'd argue. Nothing would change. This was his life now. Cases nobody wanted. A map on his office wall that told a story nobody would read. He finished his beer. Put the files away. Turned off the lights. Tomorrow he'd work the bank robbery case. And at night he'd come back to this table. 43 pins. And counting. Chapter 12. Final preparation. The apartment was quiet. Just the hum of the refrigerator and traffic noise filtering through the window. Marley stood before the wall of missing women. Same faces staring back. She knew enough now. Angela Romero, confirmed dead. Wire strangulation. Body in Tucson. Family told she probably ran off. Maria Santos, missing 3 weeks. Last seen on I-10. Nobody looking except lot lizards who whispered warnings. Teresa Morales, missing over a year. Disappeared into the same void Angela had vanished into. 1 confirmed kill was enough for courts to convict. She wasn't a court. But the math was the same. Hutchins had killed Angela. Probably killed Teresa. Probably killed Maria. The lot lizards testified with their warnings and their fear. She didn't need a full body count. She needed to act before the count climbed higher. Pattern confirmed. Method confirmed. Victim profile confirmed. Schedule confirmed. Intelligence phase complete. The decision had been made weeks ago. Standing in that Arkansas sheriff's office, learning her mother had been held captive while the world kept spinning. Waiting for rescue that never came because nobody looked. Every day Hutchins drove his route, another woman might be that person. Captive. Waiting. Hoping someone would care enough to find her. Marley was the rescue. Not for her mother, too late for that. But for whoever was next. For the woman who'd climb into that red Peterbilt tomorrow or next week and fail his test and disappear into a refrigerated trailer. She turned from the wall. Walked to her closet. Opened it. The CB antenna wire sat coiled in the toolkit. The chloral hydrate bottle sat wrapped in a towel. The damsel's clothes hung on separate hangers, clean blouse, simple skirt, jacket that made her look respectable. 3 personas. The system she'd spent 3 years developing. Marley the yard dog. Invisible at truck stops. Legitimate reason to be anywhere. Lot lizard look. Intelligence gathering. The return journey after. Damsel in distress. The kill approach. Vulnerable. Grateful. Exactly what predators wanted to see. She'd tested the chloral hydrate on herself. Knew the timing. 20 to 30 minutes for initial effect. 45 to 60 for significant impairment. She practiced with the wire on melons. Knew the pressure. The control. The moment when resistance stopped. She had the tools. The knowledge. The plan. 1 gap remained. She'd never worked as a lot lizard. Never learned the timing of when men dropped their guard post-transaction. Never felt the moment when she could slip out unnoticed. That night she closed the gap. Different stop. 80 miles from anywhere she'd gathered intelligence. 3 transactions. Clinical. Mechanical. Each one teaching her the rhythm, the vulnerability window, the moment they relaxed, the exit. By the 3rd, muscle memory had built. When one got handsy, she used the lie. I got someone waiting. He let go. The informal network's advice worked. $110 and a new skill set. The lot lizard persona wasn't just a disguise anymore. It was a functional escape route. Everything was ready. 4 days. Chapter 13. 3 days. The CB scanner crackled in the dark. Marley sat cross-legged on her apartment floor, the blue glow washing her face pale. Static hissed between transmissions. Handles calling out, lot lizards working, dispatchers coordinating loads. Then his voice. Heading out Thursday. Got a California run lined up. Her breath stopped. Thursday. 3 days. Another voice came on, some trucker Hutchins knew, razzing him about the long haul. Hutchins laughed, that easy charm carrying through the static. Yeah, well, gotta make the money while the work's there. Seasonal's ending here. California. If he left, she might never find him again. Trucks swallowed men whole on those interstate corridors, spat them out 1,000 miles away with different routes, different stops, different hunting grounds. 3 days. That was all she had. She clicked off the scanner, sat in the sudden silence. Her hands weren't shaking. That was good. She'd need steady hands. Morning came with cigarette smoke and diesel fumes. Betty Kowalski stood behind the dispatch counter at Desert Sun, her reading glasses perched on her nose, a Marlboro dangling from her lip. The radio squawked. Some driver complaining about a blown tire outside Odessa. Marley. Betty handed her a clipboard without looking up. Got 3 runs for you today. Peterbilt going to the dealership in Midland. Kenworth needs to go to the shop on the east side. And a deadhead back from the yard in Pecos. Yes, ma'am. Marley took the clipboard, scanned the times. Standard work. Normal day. You feeling okay? Betty glanced up. You look tired. Just didn't sleep well. Well, drive careful. Don't need you nodding off behind the wheel of a 40-ton rig. No, ma'am. Betty went back to her paperwork. Marley walked out to the lot, clipboard under her arm. The sun was already hot, the asphalt shimmering. Rows of trucks sat waiting. Peterbilts, Kenworths, Freightliners, all needing to be somewhere they weren't. She climbed into the first rig, started the engine, felt the diesel rumble through the seat. Same as every day. Betty would log her out, log her back in, note the mileage, the times, the routes. A perfect alibi built one boring shift at a time. Nobody suspected the yard dog of anything except showing up. The coffee counter at the Flying J smelled like burned grounds and old grease. Marley stood in line, still in her work clothes. Flannel shirt, hair pulled back in a ponytail. Invisible. Just another driver grabbing caffeine between runs. She paid, turned, and nearly collided with a woman in a tight skirt and too much makeup. Hey. The woman squinted at her. Weren't you? Would eat, go eat. Marley's heart slammed against her ribs. The lot lizard from the truck stop in Abilene. The one she'd talked to in her working girl look. The one who'd told her about Dogman and his missing fingers. Different wig then. Different clothes. Different voice. But faces traveled. Sorry. Marley kept her eyes down, shoulders hunched. The yard dog voice. Soft. Apologetic. Forgettable. You look like someone I talked to a while back. The woman tilted her head. At that truck stop outside Abilene? Must have been someone else. Marley clutched her coffee, shifted her weight. I just drive trucks. Don't really talk to people much. The woman studied her for another second, then shrugged. Yeah, probably. Sorry, honey. Thought you were somebody else. Marley nodded, shuffled past, walked to her rig on shaking legs. She climbed in, locked the door, set the coffee in the cup holder. Her pulse hammered in her throat. Faces traveled. The women on the margins remembered. They had to survive. Note to self. The kill day location stays clean. No personas at Buckeye except the damsel. Nobody from her intelligence-gathering phase could ever connect her to the approach. She started the engine. 3 days. She had to move fast. The thermos glinted in the sun. Marley sat in her rig 3 rows back, sipping bad coffee, watching Hutchins fuel up at the diesel island. Same red Peterbilt. Same missing fingers wrapped around the nozzle. He finished fueling, climbed up. Routine so ingrained he didn't even think about it. Predictable. Exploitable. He climbed down, walked toward the station. She watched him go. Big guy, rolling gait, shoulders loose. A man who thought he owned the night. He didn't know his death was sitting 3 rows back, timing his habits, counting his tells. She spent an hour at Buckeye that afternoon, walking the lot under the guise of stretching her legs. Scoped the parking patterns. Where the overnight rigs clustered, where the empties sat waiting for morning loads, where a woman could disable her car and seem genuinely stranded. The fuel island had good sightlines. He'd have to walk past her if he came from the station. Exit routes mapped in her head. Highway access. Back roads if something went wrong. The Nova parked strategically, close enough to seem broken down, far enough not to block his rig. She'd disconnect the fuel line. Simple. Fixable. But it would look real enough to a man who didn't check too close. Predators didn't inspect their victims' cars. They just saw opportunity. Everything had a place. Nothing left to chance. She drove the Nova back to her apartment as the sun started to drop. The radio played country, some song about lost love and whiskey, the kind of thing that made the highway feel lonelier than it was. She switched it off. Drove in silence. In her rearview mirror, Buckeye receded. The truck stop lights blinked on as dusk settled. Men would park there tonight, sleep in their cabs, wake at dawn to keep moving. Hutchins might be one of them. Or he might be somewhere else on the corridor, eyeing the lot lizards, testing which ones would scream. Thursday, Hutchins would leave. Head west with a load of refrigerated goods, disappear into the California corridors where she'd never find him again. Maybe pick up another woman there. Maybe add another license to his collection. Unless she stopped him first. Back in her apartment, she stood at the window, watching the sun set over Midland. The sky bled orange into purple, the kind of colors that made the landscape look almost beautiful instead of just flat and endless. 3 days. Tomorrow she'd work a normal shift. Betty would hand her the clipboard. She'd move trucks from the yard to the dealership and back, punch out at 5, go home. Normal. The day after, the same. Show up. Do the work. Be invisible. Let Betty log her hours, her mileage, her routes. The alibi building itself one boring shift at a time. The 3rd day, she'd call in with car trouble. Sorry, Betty. Nova won't start. Gonna have to miss today. Betty would mark it down, grumble about being short-handed, maybe mention it to another driver. Then forget about it by the time someone else walked in asking for work. And Marley would be at Buckeye, wearing a dress she'd never worn before, speaking in a voice that wasn't hers, climbing into a truck with a man who strangled women. 3 days until Hutchins left for California. 2 days until Marley killed him. She closed the curtains, turned on the lamp, sat down on the couch. The chloral hydrate sat in a box under her bed, wrapped in a towel, hidden behind winter boots she never wore. The wire coiled in a bag in her closet, tucked behind the wigs and the working girl clothes she wouldn't need for the kill. The damsel's dress hung on the back of her bedroom door. Modest, unremarkable, the kind of thing a respectable woman would wear when her car broke down and she needed help. Everything had its place. As prepared as she'd ever be. 62 hours. Maybe less if he left early. She'd heard truckers do that. Get restless, decide to beat the traffic, roll out in the middle of the night when dispatch wasn't watching. She couldn't let that happen. Tomorrow she'd listen to the CB, make sure he was still on schedule. Confirm he'd be at Buckeye one more time before Thursday. All she had to do now was wait. And waiting, she'd learned, was the hardest part. Chapter 14. The Only Way Out. The red Peterbilt sat at the fuel island, Hutchins beside it checking tire pressure. Marley watched from her rig 2 rows back, engine idling, clipboard in her lap like she was logging mileage. Last surveillance. Last time watching from a distance. He finished with the tires, climbed up. Routine so automatic he probably didn't remember doing it half the time. Tomorrow, that routine would kill him. She started her engine, pulled out of the lot. Didn't look back. No more watching. No more intelligence gathering. No more preparation. Tomorrow, she acted. She parked the Nova on a quiet stretch outside town, cut the engine, sat in the silence. Windows down. February wind carrying the smell of dust and diesel from the highway a mile west. The plan was clean. Simple. 8 steps from approach to exit. Everyone rehearsed until it felt like muscle memory. Tomorrow she'd call Betty with car trouble. Betty would mark her absent. Nobody would think twice. And by the time anyone noticed Dale Hutchins was dead, Marley would be 2 states away. Her apartment felt smaller tonight. The walls pressed in, missing women's faces staring down from their clippings and photos, the map with its red pins marking disappearances, the books on psychology and criminology stacked on the floor. She'd built this room over years. Research. Preparation. The slow accumulation of knowledge that the system wouldn't use and didn't care about. Angela Romero's face was up there somewhere. Young. Dark hair. Marley had memorized it from the license, then found the missing person report, then called the family and heard the mother's voice break when she talked about her daughter. Tomorrow, Angela got an answer. Marley opened the closet, pulled out the bag with the wire. CB antenna wire, the kind Hutchins used on his victims. She'd bought it at a truck parts shop, paid cash, wore a wig. Nobody remembered her. Nobody ever did. She set it on the table, coiled and waiting. The chloral hydrate sat in its box under the bed. She pulled it out, checked the seal. Full bottle. Enough to incapacitate a man Hutchins' size without killing him. She needed him conscious at the end. Needed him to know. The damsel's dress hung on the bedroom door. Modest. Beige. Something a respectable woman would wear when she needed help from strangers. She'd bought it at a Goodwill in Odessa, paid $2, never wore it anywhere anyone would remember. Everything in its place. She sat on the couch, looked at her hands. Calloused from work, scarred from slim gyms and sharp metal, the hands of a woman who moved trucks for a living. Tomorrow they'd hold a wire. The day after, they'd be healing. At some point, preparation had to end. You couldn't plan forever. You couldn't gather intelligence until you knew everything because you never know everything. At some point, you had to act on what you had and trust it was enough. Angela Romero was enough. Maria Santos was enough. The Lot Lizard's testimony was enough. One confirmed kill. One name. One license in a hidden compartment. That was her threshold. More proof than the cops ever needed to dismiss a case. She stood, walked to the window, looked out at the streetlights glowing in the dark. Somewhere out there, Hutchins was planning his California run, maybe eyeing another victim. Tomorrow he'd still be thinking about California. He'd never make it. She thought about her mother. Not the body in Arkansas, not the ME's clinical description. The memory before all that. Rebecca at the kitchen table in their Nashville apartment, counting out coins for the electric bill, her hands moving fast like if she counted quick enough the math would work out different. "We'll be okay, baby," she'd said. Always find a way. The system hadn't found a way. The cops in Texas had laughed when Marley reported her missing. The FBI had never looked. The Arkansas sheriff had shrugged and filed the case under Lot Lizard closed. Marley had spent years learning what the system wouldn't teach. How to track patterns. How to recognize predators. How to become what the system refused to be. Consequence. This was something else. Simpler. Cleaner. Someone had to stop him. She was someone. She slept. That surprised her. Expected to lie awake, running through the plan, second-guessing, worrying about what could go wrong. Expected her mother's face in the dark, the memory of that sheriff in Arkansas. None of that came. She set her alarm for 6. Lay down. Closed her eyes. And slept. Deep. Dreamless. The sleep of a decision already made. When the alarm went off, she woke clear-headed. Got up. Showered. Made coffee. The morning routine automatic, muscle memory carrying her through the motions while her mind stayed quiet and focused. Today was the day. She dressed in the damsel's clothes. The beige dress, modest and unremarkable. Practical shoes. Minimal makeup, enough to look put together, not enough to look like she was trying. Hair down, soft, non-threatening. She practiced the voice in the mirror. Higher than Marley's. Softer. A little nervous, a little apologetic. "Excuse me, sir. I'm so sorry to bother you, but my car won't start, and I'm supposed to meet someone." Perfect. The chloral hydrate went into her purse. The wire in a small bag. Gloves, clean shirt, damp towel. Everything accessible but hidden. Nothing that would raise questions if he glanced over while she was climbing in. The Nova's keys sat on the table. She picked them up, felt their familiar weight. This car had taken her everywhere. Work, surveillance, the long drive to Arkansas to collect her mother's ashes. After today, it would take her home from Buckeye as someone different. She walked to the door. Stopped. Looked back at her apartment one last time. The woman who walked out today wouldn't be the same woman who walked back in. She'd always known that. Her mother's face stared down from the wall. Rebecca Crenshaw, 28 years old in that photo, smiling like she believed the world would treat her fairly. The world hadn't. But Marley would. She opened the door. Stepped out. The morning air was cool, the sun just starting to climb. Time to find out what she was made of. Chapter 15. The Approach. Buckeye Travel Plaza looked the same as always. Rows of trucks, diesel fumes hanging in the morning air, the hum of engines idling while drivers grabbed breakfast or logged their hours. Nobody looked twice at the Nova Park near the fuel island. Just another car in a sea of chrome and steel. Marley killed the engine. Sat for a minute, hands on the wheel, breathing. This was it. She popped the hood, climbed out, walked around to the front. The engine ticked as it cooled. She bent over, located the fuel line, disconnected it with practiced fingers. Simple. Fixable. But the car wouldn't start now, wouldn't even turn over. Perfect stranded woman. She closed the hood, leaned against the fender, waited. The red Peterbilt was parked 3 rows back. She'd spotted it when she pulled in. Same missing finger silhouette visible through the windshield, same CB antenna, same beat-up truck that had carried 14 women to their deaths. 14 women. 14 who never came home. After today, the count stopped. She checked her reflection in the Nova's window. Beige dress, modest and plain. Hair down, soft. Makeup light. The damsel stared back. Vulnerable, harmless, the kind of woman who needed help. Not Marley. Not the lot lizard. Someone new. She took a breath. Smoothed her dress. Waited. 20 minutes. She watched the station entrance, tracking movement. Truckers came and went. Grabbing coffee, paying for diesel, disappearing back to their rigs. None of them Hutchins. Then the door opened and he walked out. Big guy, rolling gait. The missing fingers on his left caught the light as he adjusted his belt. Her heart slammed against her ribs. She pushed off the Nova, took 3 steps toward the fuel island, positioned herself in his path. Looked up as he approached. Made eye contact. Let the fear show. Not too much, just enough. Excuse me? Her voice came out higher, softer. The damsel's voice. Sir, I'm so sorry to bother you, but... He stopped. Looked at her. She felt his gaze move over her. Dress, face, body, car. Evaluating. Car trouble? His voice was friendly. Easy. The kind of voice that made women trust him. It won't start. She gestured helplessly at the Nova. I turned it off to get coffee and now it just... Nothing. I don't know anything about cars, and I'm supposed to meet my sister at the next truck stop. She let her voice crack a little. I don't know what to do. He glanced at the Nova, then back at her. She saw the calculation in his eyes. Stranded woman. Nobody waiting. Alone. Eggs type. Well, now that's a tough spot. He set his coffee aside. Let me take a look. Might be something simple. Would you? That's so kind. She stepped back, let him move to the hood. I really appreciate it. I was starting to panic. He popped the hood, bent over the engine. She watched his back, the way his shoulders moved, the confidence of a man who thought he was in control. He had no idea. Try to start it, he called. She climbed in, turned the key. The engine cranked but didn't catch. Fuel line disconnected. Perfect. He straightened, wiped his hands on his jeans. Might be the fuel pump. Or a clog in the line. Hard to say without tools. He looked at her through the windshield. Where are you heading? She got out. My sister's meeting me at the Cactus truck stop. About 100 miles west. Our mom's sick and I was supposed to. She trailed off, let the vulnerability show. Is there a garage nearby? Or a tow truck? Cactus stop, you said. He scratched his jaw, thinking. or pretending to. I'm heading that direction. Could give you a lift if you want. Drop you off. You can figure out the car from there. There it was. The offer. The hook baited and set. She hesitated. Let the internal debate show on her face. Stranger danger versus desperation. The damsel would be nervous. The damsel would need convincing. I don't want to impose. But. No imposition. I'm going that way anyway. He smiled. The same smile he probably gave every woman before he killed them. Name's Dale. Sarah. The lie came smooth. Sarah Mitchell. Well, Sarah, let me check my rig real quick. Make sure everything's good to go. Then we'll get you on your way. Thank you so much. I don't know what I would have done. She stayed by the Nova, watched him walk back to the red Peterbilt. Her pulse hammered in her throat. This was the window. 90 seconds, maybe less. He did his walk-around. Standard pre-drive inspection. Tires, lights, trailer connections, checking for anything loose or wrong. Marley had seen 100 drivers do the same thing. It was routine, automatic, the kind of thing that saved lives on the highway. Today it would cost him his. She grabbed her purse from the Nova, locked the doors, walked toward the Peterbilt. He was on the far side, checking the passenger side tires. The thermos sat on the dashboard, visible through the windshield. Cap off. Steam rising. She climbed up the passenger side, opened the door, hesitated. Is it okay if I? Go ahead, he called from behind the truck. Make yourself comfortable. Be right there. She climbed in, closed the door. Her hands moved fast. Purse open. Chloral hydrate bottle out. 3 capfuls into the thermos. The liquid clear and odorless, dissolving into the coffee. Cap back on the bottle. Bottle back in the purse. Thermos cap screwed tight. 15 seconds. Dawn. She sat back, arranged her purse on her lap, smoothed her dress. Her heart was a drum solo. Her breathing too fast, but the damsel's face stayed calm. She heard his boots on the pavement, coming around the front. The door opened. He climbed in, settled into the driver's seat, grabbed the thermos. Drank. She watched his throat move as he swallowed. Coffee? He offered, holding the thermos toward her. Oh, no thank you. I just had some. She smiled. I really appreciate this. You're a lifesaver. Happy to help. He started the engine, checked his mirrors. The truck rumbled to life, all that power vibrating through the cab. So your mom's sick? Yeah. Heart trouble. My sister lives closer, so she's been handling most of it. But... She let the sentence trail off. Let him fill in the blanks with his own assumptions. They pulled out of Buckeye. Onto the highway. Mile marker 0. In 45 minutes, he'd start to feel it. In 60, he'd be helpless. Then the wire. The highway stretched flat and empty, heat mirages shimmering on the asphalt. He drove one-handed, drinking every few minutes. She made small talk. Thanked him again, asked about trucking, played interested when he talked about California runs and the money you could make if you knew the right routes. You ever been to California? He asked. No, never. She looked out the window. Never really been anywhere. It's something. Ocean on one side, desert on the other. He drank again. I'm heading out there Thursday. Got a refrigerated load lined up. Not anymore, she thought. That sounds exciting, she said. It pays the bills. He took another drink. Got a wife at home, dog that thinks he's people. Trucking's what I know. Wife. Dog. Normal life. And 14 dead women in a hidden compartment. Monster and ordinary. Both real. Both him. Your sister close with your mom? He was watching the road, but she felt the question probe deeper than the words suggested. Pretty close. I mean, we all are. Family, you know. She kept her voice light, the answer vague. Give him nothing to grab onto. Anybody know you're coming? She expecting you at a certain time? There it was. The test. The survivor she'd interviewed had described this. The casual questions that checked if a woman would be missed. My sister's at work until 5, Marley said. I told her I'd try to make it by then, but... She shrugged, helpless. With the car and everything, I don't know. She won't worry if I'm late. The answer he wanted. No timeline. No one checking. No pressure. He nodded. Well, I'll get you there as quick as I can. 30 miles. 40. The landscape rolled past, flat and endless. He talked about trucking, about the routes he'd run, about how much things had changed since he started. She made appropriate responses, kept the damsel engaged, kept him comfortable. 50 miles. His hand on the wheel moved slower. 60 miles. He blinked hard, like trying to clear something from his vision. You okay? She let concern color her voice. Yeah, just. He shook his head. Think I'm more tired than I thought. California trips got me running behind on sleep. Do you need to pull over? Nah, I'm good. Just need more coffee. He reached for the thermos, drank. Didn't realize he was making it worse. 70 miles. His words started to slur. Just a little, barely noticeable, but she'd been waiting for it. Trained for it. You sure you're okay? She asked. Just. Need to rest for a minute. He squinted at the road ahead. There's a truck stop coming up. Think I'll pull over. Just for a bit. Whatever you need, she said. The back row of the truck stop was dark, tucked between 2 empty trailers. Nobody around. Perfect. He cut the engine, leaned back, closed his eyes. Just need to rest, he mumbled. Just a minute. She reached into her purse, found the wire. Take your time, she said softly, and waited for him to realize his mistake. Chapter 16. Trap Springs. The truck sat between 2 empty trailers, engine ticking as it cooled. Through the windshield, Marley could see the main building of the truck stop. Fluorescent lights, a few truckers walking in and out, nobody looking their direction. Perfect. Hutchins' breathing had gone deep and slow. His head lolled against the seat, eyes half closed, fighting to stay focused. The chloral hydrate was working exactly like she'd tested. 45 minutes to impaired. 60 to helpless. They were at 50. You sure you're okay? She kept her voice soft, concerned. The damsel's still in place. Just need a minute. His words were thick, tongue not quite cooperating. Don't know what. Haven't felt like this since. And he had. Since never. Because he'd never been drugged before. Because he was always the one in control, the one who decided when and how and who. Not today. She waited, patient. The wire was in her purse, coiled and ready. But not yet. He was a big man, even impaired. She needed him as close to helpless as the dose would get him. His head dropped forward, then jerked back up. Sorry, he mumbled. So tired. It's okay. Rest as long as you need. His eyes started to close, then snapped open. Something changed in his face, confusion giving way to suspicion. He looked at her, really looked, like he was seeing her for the first time. Who are you? Her pulse spiked. Sarah. Remember? You're giving me a ride to. No. He shook his head, slow and heavy. Something's wrong. I feel. He tried to sit up straighter. Couldn't quite manage it. What did you do? She stayed still. Kept the damsel's face. Confused, scared, innocent. I don't understand. You said you were tired. I haven't. The coffee. His voice was barely a whisper. You did something to the coffee. He reached for the door handle. Fingers wouldn't close right. The missing digits made it worse, the coordination shot. He fumbled, grasped, tried again. She watched him try. Let him understand. Angela Romero, she said quietly. He stopped. Looked at her. The name registered behind the fog. You remember her? His mouth opened. Closed. No sound came out. You should, Marley said. You kept her license. Hidden compartment by the mattress. Along with the others. Recognition flooded his eyes. Not denial. Not confusion. Recognition. He knew what he'd done. He knew she knew. And he knew what came next. Please, he whispered. The first honest word he'd spoken since she'd climbed into his truck. Please don't. She reached into her purse. You should have thought of that, she said, before you killed 14 women. The wire came out. His eyes went wide. Then she moved. Earlier in the cab, before the sedative had fully hit. He'd been talking about California. The money, the roots, the freedom of the open road. She'd listened, played interested, let him feel comfortable. You got a husband? He'd asked. Boyfriend? No. Just me. Pretty girl like you? Hard to believe. She'd smiled. I guess I'm picky. Nothing wrong with that. He drank from the thermos again. Lot of men out here aren't worth the time. Truckers especially. Hard life makes hard men. You seem nice enough. He'd laughed at that. Well, I try. My wife says I'm soft as butter underneath all the gruff. He'd pulled out his wallet one-handed, showed her a photo of a woman with tired eyes. That's Linda. 22 years this June. 22 years of marriage. 14 murders. Both true at the same time. She's pretty, Marley had said. She is. He'd put the wallet away, drank more coffee. I'm lucky. Not every man gets that. Real partner, you know. I hope I find that someday. You will. Woman like you. Someone'll see what they got. The words kept looping in her head now as he slumped in the seat, drugged and helpless. Real partner. 22 years. A dog. A normal life. And a hidden compartment full of dead women's licenses. Monster and ordinary weren't separate. They were the same man, the same hands, the same voice that told his wife he loved her, and then strangled lot lizards with CB antenna wire. Some people weren't one thing or another. Some people were both. And that's why they had to die. 60 miles earlier, when he'd first started to feel it. Must be the long hours, he'd said, blinking hard. Been pulling double shifts to save up for the California run. That sounds exhausting. It is. But that's the job. He'd rubbed his eyes, one-handed, the missing fingers making the gesture awkward. Lost these in a brawl about 10 years back. Bar fight. Stupid thing. But you learned to work around it. She'd noticed the missing fingers in her surveillance. Documented them. Wondered if he'd lost them to a victim who'd fought back. Does it make trucking harder? You adapt. He'd smiled at her. The friendly trucker. The helpful stranger. Most things in life, you just adapt. She nodded, sympathetic. I suppose that's true. Now, watching him fumble for the door handle with those incomplete hands, she felt nothing. Not pity. Not triumph. Just the cold certainty of a decision made. You adapted. She'd adapted. And one of them was about to stop adapting permanently. His head dropped forward again. This time it stayed down. Breathing deep and labored, like sleep but heavier. The chloral hydrate had him now. Not unconscious, but close. Confused. Uncoordinated. Helpless. She checked the windows. No movement outside. The main building was far enough away that nobody would hear anything from inside the cab. The empty trailers on either side created a perfect blind spot. She'd chosen the location well. Or he had, thinking he was the one in control. Funny how that worked. She pulled the wire from her purse fully now. CB antenna wire, thin and strong, the kind used for tensile strength in high wind conditions. The kind that could strangle. His eyes fluttered open. Saw the wire. Understanding flickered behind the fog. No, he breathed. Please. I have a wife. I have. You have 14 victims, Marley said. That I know of. Please. His voice broke. Please don't do this. She looked at him. Really looked. Saw the fear, the pleading, the desperate animal instinct to survive. The same fear Angela Romero must have felt. The same pleading. The same desperation. He hadn't listened to them. She wouldn't listen to him. This is for Angela, she said. And moved the wire toward his throat. He tried to fight. Even drugged, even dying, the survival instinct kicked in. His hands came up, clumsy and slow, trying to block her. One hand caught the wire, the missing fingers making his grip weak. She pulled hard. The wire bit into his palm, drew blood. He made a sound, half gasp, half groan. His elbow swung wild, connected with her ribs. Pain exploded through her chest, sharp and bright. Something cracked. But she held on. The wire went around his throat. She braced her knee against the seat, used her body weight, pulled tight. The wire cut into her hands where she gripped it, blood slicking the metal. His eyes bulged. Mouth open, trying to scream, nothing coming out but a wet wheeze. Angela Romero, she said again, speaking into his ear. Maria Santos. All the others. He flailed. Weaker now. The drugs doing their job, the oxygen leaving his brain, the fight draining out of him 1 second at a time. She held on. Counted in her head. 1 Mississippi. 2 Mississippi. 3 Mississippi. His hands dropped. 4 Mississippi. 5 Mississippi. His eyes went from wide to empty. 6 Mississippi. Then nothing. She held the wire tight for another 30 seconds, making sure. No coming back. No mistakes. When she finally let go, he slumped forward against the steering wheel. Still. Silent. Dead. She sat back, breathing hard. Her ribs screamed where his elbow had connected. Probably cracked, definitely bruised. Her hands were bleeding, wire cuts across both palms where she'd gripped too tight in the struggle. Her dress had blood on it. His blood. Her blood. Mixed together. First kill. Not clean. Messy. Real. But done. She looked at him slumped against the wheel. Dale Hutchins. Dogman. Husband of 22 years. Dog owner. Serial killer. All of it real. All of it true. All of it finished now. The silence in the cab was absolute. No engine rumble. No highway noise. Just her breathing and the clock on the dashboard ticking forward into a world where this man no longer existed. She waited for the horror. The vomiting. The guilt that would come when the adrenaline faded and she realized what she'd done, what she'd become, what line she'd crossed that could never be uncrossed. Waited. Nothing came. No horror. No regret. No voice in her head screaming about what this meant, about who she was now. What came instead was something else. Something she hadn't expected. Something she'd never felt before in her entire life. Clarity. Sharp and crystalline, like the world had been out of focus and suddenly someone had adjusted the lens. Clean. Not the mess of blood and violence, but something underneath it. Something purer. Power. She felt like God. All that rage, all that research and preparation and watching the system fail over and over again, all those nights sleeping with the weight of her mother's captivity crushing her chest. Gone? Not solved. Not healed. But channeled. Focused. Used. She'd done something. Not waited for someone else to act. Not hoped the system would finally care. Not filed another police report that would gather dust in a cabinet while predators kept hunting. She'd stopped one. 14 women would get answers now. 14 families would know what happened. The licenses in his hidden compartment would tell the story his corpse couldn't. And somewhere on this corridor, lot lizards would hear about Dogman's death and sleep a little better. Trade warnings about different predators, but this one, this specific danger, was gone. She'd done that. The power thrummed through her, humming in her blood like high-voltage current. Not triumph. Not justice. Something simpler and more honest than either of those words. I can do this, she thought. I am good at this. And underneath that, I want to do it again. The thought should have terrified her. It didn't. Chapter 17. Revelation. The clock on the dashboard read 3:47 p.m. here. Marley sat in the passenger seat, catching her breath, staring at Dale Hutchins' body slumped against the steering wheel. Her ribs ached with every inhale. Definitely cracked. Her hands throbbed, wire cuts across both palms still seeping blood. The damsel's beige dress was ruined, stained dark where his blood and hers had mixed. 3:47. In 17 minutes, the chloral hydrate would wear off enough that a medical examiner might notice. In an hour, rigor mortis would begin. The forensic clock had started. She needed to move. But for just this moment, she sat. And felt. The power was still there. Clean. Pure. Humming through her blood like she'd tapped into something fundamental, something that had always been inside her waiting to be used. She'd killed a man. And she felt good. Not triumphant. Not vindicated. Not even satisfied in the way she'd imagined when she planned this. Just. Awake. Like she'd been sleepwalking for 28 years and finally opened her eyes. This was what she was made for. The thought should have horrified her. Should have sent her scrambling out of the truck, vomiting in the parking lot, questioning everything she'd done and become. It didn't. She looked at Hutchins' body. 22 years of marriage. A dog. A normal life. And 14 dead women hidden in a compartment by his mattress. Both true. Both him. The world wasn't neat. Monsters didn't look like monsters. They looked like helpful truckers who gave stranded women rides, who called their wives and said, "Love you too," who had pictures of mutts taped to their dashboards. But underneath the normalcy, they were predators. And predators didn't stop until something stopped them. She'd stopped this one. 14 women would get answers now. 14 families would know. She had. And somewhere on this corridor, the next time lot lizards traded warnings, Dogman's name would come up past tense. He's dead now. Somebody got him. Relief in their voices. One less nightmare to avoid. She'd done that. I want to do it again. The thought crystallized, sharp and clear. Not a maybe. Not a possibility to consider. A certainty. There were more predators out there. More corridors. More women disappearing into shallow graves while cops filed reports and FBI agents worked higher priority cases. She could stop them. She would stop them. The hunger-shaped hole that had driven her hadn't closed when Hutchins died. It had opened wider. Shown her what it felt like to do something instead of just researching, planning, hoping. She wanted to feel this again. And she would. But first, she had work to do. Gloves on. The latex stretched tight over her bloody palms, stinging where the wire had cut. She'd brought 2 pairs. Knew the first pair would get contaminated. Always have backups. She started with the obvious. Wiped down everything she'd touched. Passenger door handle. Dashboard where she'd steadied herself climbing in. Seatbelt buckle she'd never used but had touched anyway. The door frame. every surface methodical and thorough. The thermos. The thermos. Still on the dashboard where he'd set it after the last drink. She picked it up carefully, unscrewed the cap, dumped the remaining coffee out the window. The chloral hydrate was in there. Traces that a talk screen would find if they tested it. Couldn't leave it. His prints were on the thermos, but so were hers now, gloved or not. Better to take it. She tucked it into her bag. The wire was still around his throat, embedded in the skin where she pulled it tight. She left it. His method, his tools, his poetic justice. Let them find it. Let them wonder if it was a lot lizard defending herself, a trucker settling a score, random violence in a violent world. She moved to the sleeper cab. This was the real search. The mattress was thin, stained, the kind of thing that had seen 1,000 nights of fitful sleep. She felt along the edges, found the hidden compartment exactly where she'd seen it during the break-in. It opened. And there they were. Not one license. 14. Driver's licenses. Health insurance cards. A high school ID with a girl's face smiling up at her, 17 years old, gone. Souvenirs. Trophies. Proof that he'd done this again and again and again. Angela Romero's license was there, the face she'd memorized. And 13 others. 13 women whose families had filed reports and got nowhere, whose cases had gone cold, whose names had become statistics. Not anymore. Marley pulled on the second pair of gloves. Clean, no blood. Photographed the licenses with her memory, studying each face. She wouldn't take them. His prints were on these, not hers. Leave them. Let the cops find his trophy hoard. Let the families get their answers. But she opened the compartment fully. Made sure it would be obvious when someone searched the truck. No hiding. No mystery. The evidence would speak for itself. Underneath the licenses, something else. A small black notebook. The kind truckers used for logs before the companies went to formal paperwork. She picked it up, flipped through it. Names. Phone numbers. Some with notes beside them. Route information. Truck descriptions. CB handles. Contacts. Other truckers. People he knew. She scanned the pages, looking for anything important. Most of the names meant nothing. Randy, Pete. Generic trucker names with area codes from across the South. Then one entry, about halfway through. Eugene Thibodeau. Bro Bridge, L.A. A star beside the name. Why? What made this contact different from the others? She stared at the entry. Louisiana. Bro Bridge. The star felt significant, but she didn't know how. Take it. Figure it out later. She slipped the notebook into her bag. His prints on it, but nobody knew she'd been here. Nobody would connect her to this truck, this body, this crime. The licenses stayed. Open. Obvious. 14 families would get closure. And she had a name with a star. The lot lizard clothes came out of her bag. Tight skirt, low-cut top, different wig. Not the damsel. Not Marley. The third persona. The escape. She changed in the sleeper cab, moving carefully around Hutchins' body. The beige dress went into a plastic bag. She'd burn it later, miles from here. The lot lizard looked settled over her like a costume, familiar and anonymous at the same time. She checked the mirror. Different woman. Nobody who looked like the damsel who'd climbed into this truck 4 hours ago. Perfect. One last wipe down. Gloves off, into the bag with the dress. New gloves on. Her third pair. She'd cycle through 4 pairs total before this was done, leave nothing to chance. The passenger door opened quiet. She climbed down, looked around. Still no movement. The main building was far enough away. The empty trailers blocked sightlines. Nobody had seen. She closed the door. Wiped at the outside handle. Walked away. 3 rows over, she stopped, looked back. Red Peterbilt. B antenna. Dead man inside. In a few hours, maybe a day, Someone would notice. His wife would call, worried. Dispatch would send someone to check. They'd find him, find the compartment, find the licenses. Trucker dispute, they'd say. Robbery. Random violence. Nobody would think vigilante. Nobody would think systematic justice. Nobody would think a woman did this. Good. She walked toward the main building. The lot lizards walk. Hips moving, confident, a woman who knew how to work truck stops. Not scared. Not victim. Predator in working girl clothes. Nobody looked twice. Inside the station, fluorescent lights buzzed. A few truckers sat at the counter eating chicken fried steak, talking about routes and weather. The bathroom was in the back, single stall, lock on the door. She went in. Locked it. Set her purse on the sink. The mirror showed someone she barely recognized. Lot lizard wig, heavy makeup, tight clothes. But underneath the costume, something had changed. Her eyes looked different. Harder. Focused. She washed her hands carefully, watching the blood swirl pink down the drain. Wire cuts across both palms, the wounds clean but deep. Big scar. That was fine. Scars were proof. Evidence she'd never show anyone but herself. The water ran clear. She dried her hands, applied bandages from her purse. Put the gloves back on over the bandages. Fourth pair, last pair. Clean hands. No evidence. She fixed her makeup. Checked the wig. The lot lizard stared back, perfect and anonymous. Ready? She walked out of the bathroom, through the station, past the truckers who didn't look up from their meals. Out into the parking lot where men were starting engines, checking loads, preparing for the long hauls that would take them across state lines and time zones. Normal day. Normal truck stop. Normal violence in a violent world. Nobody knew what had happened 3 rows back. Nobody would, until someone found the body. By then, she'd be 2 states away. Fragmented trail. Multiple rides. Lot lizard moving through the corridor like smoke. Impossible to track. Impossible to remember. She'd done it. Killed a serial predator. Got away clean. She'd wanted this to feel like an ending. The culmination of rage and preparation. The moment where she stopped one predator and could finally rest. It didn't feel like an ending. It felt like a beginning. The wall in her apartment still had dozens of faces. Other missing women. Other corridors. Other predators hunting while the system looked away. And now she knew she could stop them. Would stop them. One at a time. 1 mile marker at a time. 1 wire at a time. She felt like God. And God wasn't done. Not by a long shot. Chapter 18. Blood Debt. The pain came back in layers. Wire cuts on her palms first, still wet, the wire having dug deep when he'd thrashed despite the drugs. Her ribs next. Cracked probably from that elbow he'd thrown in the last seconds when animal panic overrode the chloral hydrate and he'd fought like his life depended on it. Because it had. Bruises blooming along her arms where his fingers had scrabbled, trying to find purchase, trying to pull the wire away. The cost of first-time killing. The mess of it. Marley catalogued it all. Flexed her fingers, felt the sting. Breathed shallow to keep the ribs from screaming. Set it aside. Work to do. She sat back against the sleeper cab wall. Hutchins slumped forward in the driver's seat, wire still embedded in his neck. The dome light cast everything in yellow. Made the blood look brown. Made her hands look like someone else's. Good. The power still thrummed beneath everything, alive and clean, but she channeled it now into the work that remained. 14 licenses in that compartment. 14 women. She'd already photographed them, already memorized the faces. But one face she'd been looking for wasn't there. Maria Santos. The woman who'd gone missing 3 weeks ago, while Marley had watched Hutchins and done nothing, gathering intelligence when she should have acted. Maria's license wasn't there. Marley checked again. Counted. Laid them out on the mattress in rows, faces staring up at the dome light. Recounted. 14 licenses. 14 women. Maria Santos was not among them. The realization settled cold and sharp. Maria had disappeared 3 weeks ago while Marley watched Hutchins, gathering intelligence instead of acting. She'd carried that weight, the guilt of waiting while another woman vanished. But Hutchins hadn't taken her. Someone else was working this corridor. Someone else had seen Maria Santos at a truck stop and decided she belonged to him. Someone else who knew that lot lizards don't get searched for, don't get mourned, don't matter to the system that was supposed to protect them. At least one more predator out there. At least one more name for the wall. At least one more hunt waiting. But not tonight. Tonight, 14 families would get answers. Not the answers they wanted. Nobody wanted to learn their daughter had died afraid in the back of a truck, that she'd been a trophy in a hidden compartment, that she'd mattered so little to the world that her killer had driven past cops and way stations and dispatch offices for years with her license in his pocket. But answers nonetheless. 14 names she could mark as found. 14 cases the cops would have to acknowledge, even if they wrote off Hutchins' death as a dispute between criminals. Not horror. Validation. The lot lizards who'd whispered Dogman's name with fear in their voices had been right. Marley, who'd spent 10 days watching and planning and preparing, had been right. Angela Romero's mother, who'd said her daughter wasn't the type to just run off, had been right. And Hutchins was dead, and his trophies would finally tell their story. The black book she'd taken earlier was already in her bag. Eugene Thibodeau's starred entry a question mark for later. For now, she had enough. She left the 14 licenses where they were. His prints on everyone. His hidden compartment, his secret collection. Let the cops find it. Let them see what he'd been. Let the families bury their daughters. She left the compartment open. Made sure it was visible. Staged it so the first cop who looked would see the licenses and know this wasn't a simple robbery, wasn't a trucker dispute, wasn't random violence in a truck stop parking lot. Even if they wrote it off, and they would because they always did, at least the families would know. Marley stripped off the damsel's clothes. They were rumpled now, marked by violence. She stuffed them into the bag. Changed into the lot lizard look she'd brought for the return journey. Different wig. Different makeup. Different woman entirely. She gathered the licenses carefully, stacked them in the compartment exactly as she'd found them. 14 faces looking up. 14 stories ending in this truck. But at least ending. At least found. One final check. Then she stepped out the passenger side. The night air hit her face, cool and clean after the closeness of the cab. Diesel and distance and engine oil, and the particular freedom of being nobody at all. The parking lot stretched empty around her, sodium lights casting everything in orange. The nearest truck 3 rows over, curtains drawn, driver asleep or gone. Nobody watching. Nobody caring. She closed the passenger door with her hip, gloved hand on the handle. Walked away at an easy pace. Not hurrying, not skulking. Just another lot lizard finishing a job, heading back to the station or the next truck or wherever women like her went when the transaction was done. Hutchins' red Peterbilt sat where he parked it, between 2 dark trailers in the back row. The dome light still on inside, casting yellow through the windshield. By morning, someone would notice. By afternoon, the cops would come. By evening, 14 families would get phone calls they'd been waiting months or years to receive. She thought about Angela Romero's mother. The conversation they'd had, Marley pretending to be another grieving daughter, gathering information about the wire marks, about Angela's last known location. The way the woman's voice had broken when she'd said she wasn't the type to run off. Now she'd know. Angela hadn't run off. Angela had been taken. And the man who took her was dead. Cold comfort. But some comfort. Marley walked 3 rows over. 4. Put distance between herself and Hutchins' truck. The bag heavy on her shoulder. Thermos inside, black book in her pocket. The damsel's clothes wadded at the bottom. Hours since the wire had tightened, since his eyes had gone wide with understanding, and then gone nowhere at all, since she'd whispered Angela Romero's name into his ear and felt him die, and she still felt it. The high. The rightness. She'd expected it to fade by now. Expected guilt or horror or the hollow satisfaction they talked about in the psychology books she'd read. The empty victory of revenge that doesn't bring back what you lost. But there was nothing empty about this. She felt electric. Present. Real. She felt like she'd finally become who she'd always been meant to be. Different woman walking away than the one who'd gotten in Hutchins' truck. Different woman than the one who'd approached him in the parking lot, asking sweetly for a ride. The woman walking away knew what she was capable of now. And she wanted to do it again. Chapter 19. The long road back. The high didn't fade. Miles behind her now, 10, 20, the truck stopped shrinking in the distance, and Marley still felt it. That humming voltage in her blood. That crystalline clarity. Like she'd finally found the frequency she was meant to operate on, and everything else had been static. She'd expected it to drain away by now. Expected the adrenaline crash, the shaking hands, the moment when reality caught up and showed her what she'd done. But reality didn't feel like a reckoning. It felt like truth. She hitched east, lot lizard look intact. Wig dark and long, makeup heavy, clothes that said what she was without her having to speak. Thumb out at the on-ramp, patient, knowing someone would stop. They always did. First ride came quick. A guy hauling auto parts, heading to Beaumont. Didn't ask questions. Didn't care where she'd come from. Just saw what he saw and decided that was enough. She climbed in. Settled against the passenger seat. Let the highway roll past. "You work that stop regular?" he asked after a few miles. "Sometimes." Marley kept her voice light. Different pitch than her own. Different rhythm. Depends on the night. Cop's been sniffing around. Asking about a red Peterbilt. "You see anything?" Her heart kicked once. Stayed calm. "When?" "Tonight, I think. Heard it on the CB. Some trucker didn't check in, they're looking for his rig." So it had started already. Faster than she'd expected. Someone noticed Hutchins hadn't called his dispatcher. Or his wife. Or whoever it was that tracked his movements. "Didn't see anything," Marley said. "What'd he do?" The driver shrugged. "Who knows? Probably nothing. You know how it is. One guy doesn't show up, everybody panics." She nodded. Watched the mile markers pass. Calculated. Hutchins' truck was 3 hours behind her now, maybe more. If cops were looking, they'd find him by morning. The compartment open. The licenses visible. The wire still embedded in his neck. Let them look. Let them find him. Let them try to piece together what happened from the evidence she'd left. They'd never figure it out. "You heading all the way to Beaumont?" she asked. "Yeah. You?" "Wherever the road takes me." He glanced over. Read what he wanted to read in that answer. "I got a room at the Beaumont stop. If you're interested." "How much?" she asked. They negotiated. She named a price. He countered. They settled somewhere in the middle. Enough to make it real, not enough to be memorable. When they pulled into the Beaumont truck stop 2 hours later, the sun was starting to think about rising. Sky going from black to deep blue. The lot full of sleeping rigs and diesel fumes and the particular stillness of pre-dawn. He paid first. Always paid first. Then led her to his cab. It was quick. Rough. Physical, but not violent. He knew what he'd paid for. She knew what she was selling. Bodies in motion. Transaction completed. No words exchanged that meant anything. But underneath it, underneath the mechanics of the act, Marley felt something else. Not in him. In herself. She controlled this. Every movement. Every breath. She could end it whenever she wanted. Could walk away. Could do worse if she chose. She didn't. Wasn't necessary. Wasn't the point. But she could. When it was done, he rolled off. Lay there breathing hard. She sat up, started dressing. Methodical. The lot lizard clothes going back on. The wig adjusted. The persona locked back into place. You sticking around? He asked. Maybe. Haven't decided. He pulled out his wallet, counted bills, handed them over. She took the money, folded it, tucked it into her bra. Thanks, he said, like she'd done him a favor. She nodded, slipped out the passenger side. The pre-dawn air hit her face, cool and clean. She stood there a moment, letting it wash over her. The bag heavy on her shoulder, black book in her pocket, money against her skin. Nobody would remember her. Just another lot lizard at another truck stop. One more transaction in a night full of them. She kept moving. Hitched another ride an hour later. Older guy, white beard, Peterbilt hauling livestock feed. He kept his hands to himself, just wanted company on the long haul. Talked about his kids, his wife, the farm he was heading back to after this run. Marley listened, nodded, said little. Let him fill the silence with stories about grandkids and cattle prices and how trucking wasn't what it used to be. They'd been on the road maybe 40 minutes when she saw the lights in the side mirror. Red and blue. Flashing. Trooper. Coming up fast. Her heart kicked. Hands steady in her lap. She didn't turn around. Didn't tense. Just watched the mirror as the trooper pulled up behind them, lights washing the cab in color. Shit, the driver muttered. What did I do? Probably nothing, Marley said. Voice calm. Lot lizard drawl intact. Maybe a tail light. The truck started slowing, pulling to the shoulder. Gravel crunching under the tires. Marley ran the mental checklist. Lot lizard look intact. Wig secured. Makeup heavy but not smudged. Story. She was hitching from Beaumont to El Paso, trying to get to her sister. Bag on the floorboard, nothing visible, thermos already dumped. ID in her pocket, the fake one she carried for jobs like this, not her real license. The truck stopped, engine idling. The trooper's door opened behind them. Stay calm, the driver said. Nervous now? Let me do the talking. Okay. Marley settled back against the seat. Relaxed. Nothing to hide. Just a working girl catching a ride. The trooper walked up to the driver's side. Knocked on the window. The driver rolled it down. Afternoon, officer. Something wrong? License and registration. The trooper's voice was flat. Bored. You were doing 73 and a 65. Sorry, officer. Wasn't watching the speedometer close enough. The driver handed over his paperwork. The trooper took it. Flicked a glance past him to Marley. Ma'am. Officer. She nodded. Polite. Eyes down. The trooper studied her a moment. She could feel him cataloging. The makeup, the clothes, the bag at her feet. Adding it up. Deciding what she was. You okay, ma'am? He asked. The question hung there. Loaded. Are you doing this willingly? Are you in danger? Do you need help? Marley met his eyes. Gave him a small smile. I'm fine, officer. Just getting a ride. He held her gaze. Looking for something. Fear. Coercion. Distress. She showed him nothing but calm. Where are you headed? He asked. El Paso. My sister's there. Long way. Yes, sir. The trooper looked back at the driver. You know her? Met her at the truck stop, the driver said. Beaumont? She asked for a ride. Seemed safe enough. The trooper nodded slowly. Looked at Marley again. She could see him thinking. Lot lizard, probably. Hitchhiking between stops. Maybe trading favors for rides. Nothing illegal unless he wanted to make it illegal. You got ID? He asked her. Yes, sir. She reached for her bag slowly. No sudden moves. pulled out the wallet, handed over the fake license. He looked at it, checked the photo, handed it back. "Stay safe out here," he said. "Lot of bad people on these roads." "I know," Marley said. "Sent it." The trooper stepped back, handed the driver his paperwork and a warning citation for speeding. "Slow it down. Get where you're going in one piece?" "Yes, sir." "Thank you, sir." The window rolled up. The trooper walked back to his car, lights still flashing. The driver sat there, hands on the wheel, waiting until the trooper pulled out and drove past them. When the lights disappeared around the curve ahead, he let out a long breath. "Jesus. Thought he was going to run us both in for something." "You didn't do anything wrong," Marley said. "Yeah, but..." He glanced at her. "You know how it is. Cops see a guy my age with a girl like you, they start thinking things." She nodded. Let him think she'd missed the implication. He pulled back onto the highway. Kept it at 65 this time, watching the speedometer like it might bite him. The trooper had looked right at her, had seen the makeup, the clothes, the bag, had asked if she was okay. And she'd lied to his face. She was more than okay. She was alive. 20 miles later, the driver dropped her at a truck stop. Said he hoped she got to El Paso safe. Hoped her sister was doing well. She thanked him. Meant it. The decent ones were rare. Then walked into the station. Used the bathroom. Changed wigs in the stall. Lighter brown now, shorter. Different makeup. Washed the heavy stuff off. Reapplied something more subtle. Different woman in the mirror when she was done. The counter waitress refilled her cup without asking. "Long night, honey." You could say that. "You need anything? Food? Place to rest?" Marley shook her head. "Just coffee." "Thank you." The waitress moved on. Marley sipped. Watched the highway through the window. Cars and trucks rolling past. People going about their lives. None of them knowing what she'd done. What she was. The sun was full up now. Morning shifting into day. She'd been moving for 8 hours. 8 hours since she'd walked away from Hutchins' red Peterbilt, since she'd left him slumped in the driver's seat with his own wire embedded in his neck. The kill was half a day behind her. Half a state. Miles and miles of highway between here and there. And she still didn't feel guilty. Still didn't feel horror. Just that bone-deep certainty. That rightness. Like she'd finally aligned with something true. 50 miles out from where she'd started, on the next ride, she had the driver pull over. Told him she needed to piss. Stepped out into the weeds along the shoulder. The thermos came out of her bag. She looked at it for a moment. Beat up metal, dented, Hutchins coffee still sloshing inside along with the chloral hydrate. Evidence. Connection. The last piece that tied her to the truck stop where he'd died. She threw it as far as she could. Watched it arc through the air. Disappear into the ditch. Into the weeds. Into nowhere. Evidence gone. Trail broken. When she climbed back into the truck, the driver didn't ask what had taken so long. They rolled east. This wasn't an ending. Wasn't closure. Wasn't the moment where killing a monster made her a monster too. This was clarity. This was who she'd been meant to be all along. And the wanting, the hunger to feel it again, was already building in the spaces between heartbeats. Marley leaned her head back against the headrest. Watched the telephone poles click past. 1, 2, 50, 100. The monotony of distance. The particular anonymity of being in motion. She thought about the 14 licenses. About Angela Romero and Sarah Mitchell and Tanya Brennan and the 11 others whose names she'd memorized. About their families who would get calls soon. Who would learn their daughters were dead, but at least not missing. At least not wondering anymore. She thought about Maria Santos, whose license wasn't there. Who belonged to someone else. Some other predator working this corridor. She thought about the little black book in her pocket. Eugene Thibodeau. Breaux Bridge, Louisiana. The starred entry. And she thought about how easy it had been. Not the kill itself. That had been messy, violent, harder than she'd expected despite the sedative. But the rest of it. The approach. The personas. The cleanup. The exit. The way she'd looked that trooper in the eye and lied without flinching. The way nobody had seen her. Not really. Not the real her. They'd seen the damsel. The lot lizard. The hitchhiker. The working girl. Nobody had seen Marley Crenshaw. And that was perfect. The driver let her off 2 truck stops later. She was within 50 miles of Buckeye now. Close enough to reclaim her Nova when the heat died down. She'd hitch back in a few days, play the stranded motorist again, reconnect the fuel line she'd disconnected, and drive home like nothing had happened. Close enough to slip back into her normal life. But she didn't feel normal. Didn't feel like the woman who'd left Desert Sun Shuttle Services 3 days ago with a legitimate assignment, using her work as cover for surveillance. That woman had been preparing to kill. This woman had killed. And she wanted to do it again. Chapter 20. Chasing the Dragon. Betty didn't even look up when Marley walked into the dispatch office. "There you are," she said, cigarette dangling from her lips as she scribbled on a clipboard. "Thought maybe you'd run off to California or something." "Just needed a few days," Marley said. Same soft voice. Same apologetic posture. Had a cold. Didn't want to spread it around. Uh-huh. Betty finally glanced up. Squinted through the smoke. "You look like hell on. You sure you're ready to be back?" Marley nodded. "I'm fine. What have you got for me?" Betty shuffled through her stack of assignments. "Got a freightliner needs to go from the yard to Abilene. Dealership pickup. Easy run." "I'll take it." "You sure? You don't sound fine." "I am." Marley reached for the paperwork. "Promise." Betty handed it over, still watching her with that maternal concern she got sometimes. Like she actually gave a damn about the yard dogs she dispatched to move trucks across Texas. "You been eating? You look thin." "I'm okay, Betty." "Really?" "Aha." Betty turned back to her clipboard. "Well, if you need anything, you let me know. Can't have my best driver running herself into the ground." Marley nodded. Took the assignment. Left before Betty could ask more questions. Outside, the Texas sun hit her like a fist. Bright and hot and normal. The yard full of rigs waiting to be moved. Diesel and dust and the smell of hot asphalt. Everything exactly as it had been a week ago. Except she was different. The freightliner was where Betty said it would be. Marley did her walk around. Checked the tires, the lights, the mirrors. Climbed into the cab. Settled behind the wheel. Started the engine. The rumble under her feet. The familiar vibration. This was what she did. Who she was on paper. Marlene Crenshaw, truck shuttle driver. Desert Sun Shuttle Services. Unremarkable. Forgettable. Nobody. She pulled out of the yard. Headed for Abilene. The drive was routine. 200 miles of highway she'd driven 100 times before. Every truck stop familiar. Every mile marker memorized. She could do this run in her sleep. But she wasn't sleeping. She was thinking. About Hutchins. About the wire cutting into his neck. About the way his eyes had gone wide when he'd understood what was happening. Really understood in those final seconds when the sedative couldn't override the survival instinct and his hands had scrabbled at the wire and his body had thrashed despite knowing it was over. About the way his eyes had gone empty when it was done. The exact moment. The before and after. About the 14 licenses spread across his mattress. 14 faces staring up at the dome light. 14 families who would get calls soon. About Angela Romero's mother, who would learn her daughter hadn't run off. who would learn the worst truth but at least have truth. About the power that had surged through Marley when Hutchins died. That clean, sharp certainty of having done something the whole system had failed to do. It was fading now. Not the memory of it. That was crystal clear. But the feeling itself, the high, the rush, the surge of pure rightness, it was diminishing, like a high wearing off. She'd read about this. In the psychology books. In the criminology texts she'd studied. The come down. The crash. The moment when the adrenaline drains, and you're left with what you did. Except she wasn't left with horror. She was left with hunger. The rage that had driven her, the fury at her mother's captivity, at the system's failure, at the predators who hunted women nobody cared about, hadn't disappeared when she'd killed Hutchins. It had found an outlet. And now the outlet was closed, and the rage was still there, coiled tight, looking for the next target. She thought about the little black book. About Eugene Thibodeau. About the star beside his name. Why had Hutchins marked him? What made him special? Was he another trucker? Another killer? Or something else? Marley didn't know. But she was going to find out. She delivered the Freightliner to the Abilene dealership just before sunset. Signed the paperwork. The salesman made small talk. Weather, traffic, whether she'd seen the news about that trucker they found dead out near Buckeye. Heard it on the radio, he said. Dale Hutchins. You know him? Marley's heart didn't skip. Her hands didn't shake. No, she said. Name doesn't ring a bell. They're saying robbery. Or maybe a dispute. You know how it gets out there. Yeah. She handed back his pen. Dangerous roads. You be careful, miss. I will. She caught a ride back to the yard with another shuttle driver. Older woman, Patty, who'd been doing this for 20 years and had stopped caring about anything except her paycheck. They didn't talk. Didn't need to. Just the hum of the engine and the highway rolling past. Hutchins' name was already on the news. Already being explained away. Robbery? Dispute. The easy answers for when the wrong kind of person died in the wrong kind of place. Nobody would look deeper. Nobody would connect the pieces. Nobody would care enough to try. Perfect. Back at her apartment that night, Marley stood in front of the wall. The sun was going down. The light through her window turning everything orange and gold. The faces on the wall half in shadow, half in light. All those faces. Women who'd disappeared from truck stops and rest areas and highway on-ramps. Women the system didn't look for. Didn't care about. Women like her mother. Marley pulled 5 photos down. The ones she could match to Hutchins' trophy hoard. Angela Romero. Sarah Mitchell. Tanya Brennan. 2 others whose names she'd memorized from the licenses. She put them in a folder, closed it, wrote Hutchins on the label. Done. 5 solved. 14 families about to get answers. But the wall was still full. Dozens more faces. Other corridors. Other predators. Other women waiting for someone to care enough to look. Maria Santos's photo was still up there. Her license hadn't been in Hutchins' truck. Someone else had taken her. Someone else was out there right now, hunting. Marley thought about how easy it had been. Not the kill. That had been hard, messy, violent despite her planning. But everything else. The approach. The personas. The exit. The way she'd walked away and nobody had looked twice. She could do it again. Better this time. Cleaner. She knew what to expect now. And the wanting, God, the wanting was like thirst. Like hunger. Like every need she'd ever pushed down and ignored coming back at once. Marley looked at her hands in the dim light. The wire cuts were healing. Scabbed over, starting to fade. The bruises on her arms yellowing from purple to green. The cracked ribs still aching when she breathed too deep, but manageable. She'd wrapped it herself with an elastic bandage from the drugstore. Took aspirin when it got bad. Physical evidence of what she'd done. Proof of the cost. She didn't look at them with horror. She looked at them with anticipation, with hunger, with the same feeling an athlete might have looking at calluses, marks of work done, promises of work to come. She flexed her fingers, felt the pull of healing skin. The wire had cut deep, would leave scars probably, small ones. Easy to hide, easy to explain away if anyone asked. Nobody would ask. In the bathroom mirror, her face looked the same. Same moosey features she'd had all her life. Same forgettable appearance. Same woman everyone overlooked. At the dispatch office, at truck stops, in diners and gas stations, and everywhere she went. Invisible. But she could see the difference. Something sharper in her eyes. Something colder. Not empty. She wasn't hollowed out by what she'd done, but focused. Clarified. Like killing Hutchins had burned away some protective layer and left the truth exposed. The woman who'd killed Hutchins looked back at her from the mirror. And underneath that woman, waiting, patient, already planning, the one who would kill again. Marley touched the mirror. Her reflection touched back. Same gesture. Different person. Just clarity. Just purpose. Just the hunger growing where the high had been. Marley went to bed that night thinking about Breaux Bridge, Louisiana. Thinking about Eugene Thibodeau. Thinking about why Hutchins had marked his name with a star. And thinking about how good it had felt, how right, to watch a predator die. She lay in the dark, staring at the ceiling, the hunger building in the silence. Already planning the next one. This wasn't closure. Wasn't healing. Wasn't the moment where killing one monster satisfied the rage and let her move on with her life. This was awakening. This was beginning. The rage that had driven her since her mother vanished, since the cops laughed, since the system proved it didn't care about women like Cherokee Crenshaw, that rage hadn't disappeared when Hutchins died. It had found its purpose. And now, with the high fading and the hunger building, she understood something the psychology textbooks hadn't prepared her for. She liked it. Not just the feeling of doing something the system wouldn't do. Not just the satisfaction of stopping a predator. She liked the power. The control. The certainty of holding someone's life in her hands and deciding it was forfeit. She liked the hunt. The preparation. The moment when the persona locked into place and she became someone else entirely. She liked the kill. And she already knew, with the same certainty she'd felt when the wire had tightened around Hutchins' neck, when his eyes had gone wide and then gone empty, that she wasn't going to stop. One kill wasn't enough. It would never be enough. The wall was full of faces. The corridors were full of predators. Maria Santos was out there somewhere, probably already dead, probably in a hidden compartment in some other monster's truck. The starred entry waited in Louisiana. And somewhere, another predator was hunting right now, picking his next victim, confident the system would never stop him. But Marley would. She had finally become what she'd been preparing for all along. Not a grieving daughter seeking closure. Not a vigilante dispensing justice. Someone who could do something about the monsters. Someone who had the skills, the personas, the cold calculation to hunt them the way they hunted. Someone who needed to. Chasing the dragon. Chapter 21. The starred entry. The call came at 11 in the morning. Special Agent Daniel Kurtz was 3 files deep into a stack of missing persons reports when his desk phone rang. Houston Field Office, 7th floor. The corner nobody wanted because the AC didn't work, and the view was a parking garage. Kurtz. Agent Kurtz? This is Sergeant Miller, Texas Highway Patrol. You've been asking around about missing lot lizards on the I-10 corridor? Kurtz sat up. Grabbed a pen. Yeah. What have you got? Dead trucker. Found this morning at a truck stop outside Buckeye. Wire around his neck. Hidden compartment in his sleeper cab full of driver's licenses. Thought you might want to know. The pen stopped moving. How many licenses? 14. Kurtz closed his eyes. 14 families. 14 women who'd been missing, some for months, some for years, and nobody had looked. Nobody had cared enough to connect the pattern. Name? Dale Hutchins. 32. Refrigerated truck driver. Red Peterbilt. Local PD's calling it a robbery. Maybe a dispute. You know how it goes. Yeah. Kurtz knew how it went. Wrong kind of victim. Truck driver, working class, found in a place where violence happened. Wrong kind of evidence. Lot lizard licenses, prostitutes, women the system had already written off. Easy to file it as trucker business. Easy to close the case and move on. I'm coming out there, Kurtz said. Up to you. Case is pretty much wrapped. Locals figure another trucker did it. Or maybe one of the girls got the drop on him. Either way, closed is closed. I'm coming anyway. Don't touch anything until I get there. Miller sighed. Your funeral, agent? I'll let the locals know you're on your way. The line went dead. Kurtz sat there a moment, phone still in his hand, looking at the files spread across his desk. Missing women. Dead women. Women the system didn't look for because they were the wrong color, wrong profession, wrong everything to matter to anyone with a badge. He'd been working this case for 2 years. Side investigation. Off the books. Using vacation days and weekends to drive the corridors, talk to families, piece together patterns nobody else would acknowledge. 14 licenses. 14 answers. At least some good would come of this. He grabbed his keys. The truck stop looked like every other truck stop Kurtz had ever seen. Diesel pumps. Convenience store. Restaurant with greasy windows and truckers drinking coffee at 2 p.m. The back row of the lot was taped off, yellow police tape fluttering in the afternoon heat. Sergeant Miller met him at the tape. Big guy, state trooper tan, the kind of cop who'd seen everything and stopped being surprised. Agent Kurtz? Yeah. Kurtz showed his badge. Thanks for the call. Don't thank me yet. Local detectives already decided how this went down. You're not going to change their minds? Let me see the truck. Miller lifted the tape. Kurtz ducked under. The red Peterbilt sat between 2 dark trailers, exactly where Hutchins had parked it. The cab door was open. Crime scene techs had already been through. Fingerprint dust on the handles, markers on the ground where they'd photographed evidence. Kurtz climbed in. The sleeper cab smelled like death and diesel. Hutchins' body was gone, taken to the morgue hours ago, but the outline remained. The wire, tagged and photographed, lay coiled on the passenger seat in an evidence bag. CB antenna wire. Thin. Flexible. Strong enough to cut through skin and cartilage if you pulled hard enough. Kurtz picked up the bag. Studied it through the plastic. Same wire marks he'd seen in 2 or 3 of the corridor cases. Maybe more. Thin grooves. Precise. Cut deep into the neck, creating a specific pattern. Narrower than rope, deeper than hands, distinctive enough that a good medical examiner would note it. Except most medical examiners working lot lizard murders weren't good. They were overworked, underfunded, looking at bodies the system had already decided didn't matter. Kurtz had consulted on a case in Louisiana 3 months ago. Marcus Prejean, trucker found dead in his cab. Wire marks on his neck. Compartment in his truck with women's jewelry. Local cops called it a robbery. Woman defending herself, probably. Filed it. Forgot it. Another one in Arkansas last year. Same marks. Same method. Same dismissal. The detective had literally told Kurtz, "One less creep on the highway. You really want us chasing this?" And now Hutchins. Except Hutchins wasn't a victim. Hutchins was a predator. The math shifted in Kurtz's head. 3 cases. 3 truckers. All with wire marks. All with evidence of predatory behavior. Trophies, jewelry, signs of violence against women. All killed with their own method. Someone was hunting them. Kurtz moved to the hidden compartment. Still open. The licenses were gone, bagged as evidence, but the photos were in the case file Miller had given him. 14 driver's licenses. 14 health cards. 1 high school ID. 14 women. He pulled his own file from his bag. The one he kept in the trunk of his car. Victims along the I-10 and I-20 corridors. Missing women. Murdered women. Women nobody looked for because they were lot lizards, runaways, prostitutes, the kind of women who knew the risks. He started matching. Angela Romero. 6 months. Found dead near Beaumont. Wire marks on her neck. Case filed as unsolved. Sarah Mitchell. Missing 8 months. Never found. Tanya Brennan. Missing a year. Found in a ditch outside El Paso. Wire marks. No leads. One by one, the licenses matched his cases. Not all of them. Some of the women in Hutchins' collection weren't in Kurtz's files yet. Hadn't been reported. Hadn't been connected. But enough matched. Enough to know that Hutchins had been killing for years. Enough to know that the pattern Kurtz had been tracking, the corridor deaths, the wire signature, the disposable victims, wasn't one killer. It was an ecosystem. And someone had just killed one of the predators. Kurtz sat back on the edge of the mattress. Thought it through. The wire was Hutchins' method. Used on his victims. Now used on him. Poetic justice. The compartment had been left open. Staged. Someone wanted law enforcement to find the licenses. Wanted the families to know. Deliberate. The scene was clean otherwise. No struggle. No defensive wounds on Hutchins beyond the wire marks. Like he'd been incapacitated first. Like someone had planned this. Executed it. Left the evidence they wanted found and disappeared. Not another trucker settling a score. Not a lot lizard defending herself. Something else. Someone who knew what Hutchins was. Who'd tracked him. Who'd killed him using his own method. Who'd left the compartment open so 14 families would finally get answers. Someone who understood evidence. Who knew how to stage a scene. Who knew law enforcement would write this off and didn't care because the trophies would speak louder than any police report. Kurtz pulled out his notebook. Started writing. Dale Hutchins. Dale Hutchins. Method. Wire strangulation, his own. Scene. Stage to reveal trophies. Evidence. 14 licenses deliberately displayed. Pattern. Killer uses victim's own method. Poetic justice. Deliberate messaging. Profile. Organized. Methodical. Understands investigation. Understands evidence. Not law enforcement. Would have arrested, not executed. Not random. Not emotional. Purposeful. Someone hunting the hunters. He closed the notebook. Sergeant Miller appeared at the cab door. Find anything useful? Yeah. Kurtz climbed down. You said locals are calling this closed? Trucker dispute. Case solved in their minds. And the 14 licenses? Proof Hutchins was a bad guy. Doesn't change how he died. Kurtz nodded. That was the problem. The local cops saw the licenses as context, not evidence. Saw Hutchins as a criminal who got what was coming. Saw the wire around his neck as street justice or bad luck or karma. They didn't see the pattern. They didn't see that someone had hunted Hutchins the way Hutchins had hunted those 14 women. They didn't see that this might not be the first kill. Might not be the last. But Kurtz saw it. He'd been tracking corridor deaths for 2 years. Louisiana. Arkansas. Now Texas. Always the wrong kind of victims. Always the dismissals. Always the jurisdictional dead ends. And now, someone was doing what the system wouldn't. Someone was stopping them. I need copies of everything, Kurtz said. Photos. Reports. Autopsy when it's done. Why? Case is closed. Not for me. Miller shrugged. Your call. I'll have the clerk send it over. Kurtz walked back to his car through the heat. The truck stop was full again. Rigs pulling in. Truckers refueling. The world moving on like nothing had happened. Like a serial killer hadn't been found dead in his cab this morning. Like 14 families weren't about to get the worst news. He sat behind the wheel. Didn't start the engine. Thought about the last 2 years. The missing persons reports nobody filed. The bodies nobody connected. The families he'd talked to who'd been told their daughters probably just ran off or knew the risks. Thought about the BSU agents in Quantico who'd told him to focus on priority cases, who'd explained patiently that lot lizard murders didn't generate the kind of press that justified task forces and resources. Thought about the local detectives who'd shrugged when he'd asked about wire patterns, who'd said, "What do you want us to do? Canvass every truck stop in America?" The system didn't work for women like Angela Romero. Didn't work for lot lizards and runaways and the women who disappeared from highway on-ramps. But someone was working for them now. 14 licenses. 14 families who would get calls. Who would learn their daughters were dead. Who would finally have answers, even if the answers were the worst possible truth. At least they'd know. At least Hutchins was exposed. Some good came of this. But someone out there had killed a killer, had used his method against him, had staged the scene to ensure the trophies were found. And if they'd done it once... Kurtz reached into the back seat, pulled out a new file folder from his box of supplies, took a pen from the cup holder, wrote on the tab, Highway Vigilante Case 1. Case 1. Because he'd been doing this long enough to know patterns, behavior, methodology. The kind of person who could plan and execute a kill this clean, this deliberate, this symbolic. They didn't stop at one. They were just getting started. He locked the file in his briefcase, started the engine, pulled out of the truck stop parking lot, headed back toward Houston. The highway stretched ahead. Same highway Hutchins had driven. Same corridor where Angela Romero and Sarah Mitchell and Tanya Brennan and 11 others had disappeared. Same roads where someone was hunting. Kurtz thought about the staged compartment, about the deliberate choice to use Hutchins' own wire, about the clean exit. No witnesses, no loose ends, nothing for local PD to follow, except the story the killer wanted them to see. Professional. Almost. Except professionals didn't leave the trophies open, didn't care about the families getting answers. This person cared. They wanted the 14 licenses found, wanted the families to know, wanted Hutchins exposed even if his killer walked free. Justice and vengeance and something else. Something personal. Kurtz wondered who they'd lost, who'd disappeared from a highway on-ramp or a truck stop parking lot, who the system had failed so completely that taking matters into their own hands felt like the only option. He wondered if they felt guilty, if they wrestled with what they'd done, if they lay awake at night thinking about Hutchins' last moments, or if they slept fine. They wouldn't stop. The case might be closed for the locals. Hutchins dead, trophies found, families notified, file stamped, solved, even though the real question, who killed the killer, would never be answered. But for Kurtz, it was just opening. He'd track every wire method kill along the corridors, every trucker found dead in their cab, every staged scene with trophies left exposed. He'd build the pattern, map the kills, wait for the next one. Because there would be a next one. Somewhere out there, a hunter was working, methodical, patient, righteous in their own mind. And sooner or later, they'd kill again. When they did, Kurtz would be ready. Not to stop them. Not yet. He needed to understand them. Needed to know if they were making the corridors safer or just adding one more killer to the highway. Chapter 22. Blood Alley's last victim. The wall looked different now. Marley stood in front of it, late afternoon sun slanting through her apartment window, casting everything in gold. Years of research covering one entire wall of her living room. Newspaper clippings yellowed with age. Missing persons photos photocopied from police bulletins. Names and dates and locations written in her careful handwriting on index cards pinned beside each face. The wall had started as memorial. Her mother's face in the center. The other women, the ones Cherokee might have known, might have worked beside, might have warned about the dangerous truckers, arranged around her like satellites. Then it had become target list. Intelligence gathering. Pattern recognition. The work of someone preparing to act. Now it was something else. Proof. Proof that she'd been right. That the pattern was real. That predators were hunting the corridors. That the system wouldn't stop them. Proof that she could. She pulled down 5 photos. The ones she could match to the 14 licenses from Hutchins' truck. Angela Romero, the first one she'd found, the one that had confirmed he was a killer. Sarah Mitchell. Tanya Brennan. Lisa Newen. Deborah Hayes. 5 faces. 5 women who'd vanished from truck stops and highway on-ramps. 5 families who'd been told their daughters probably ran off. Who'd been dismissed by cops and ignored by the system. Now they'd know. Marley put the photos in a manila folder. Wrote Hutchins solved on the tab in block letters. Closed it. Set it on her desk. Done. Not finished. Not complete. Not closure. But done. The wall was still full. Dozens more faces staring back at her. Women whose disappearances she'd tracked since her mother vanished. Families she'd contacted, pretending to be another grieving daughter, gathering information the cops wouldn't. Cases nobody else was working, because the victims were the wrong kind of women in the wrong kind of places. Lot lizards. Runaways. Hitchhikers. Women who'd chosen survival over safety, who'd taken risks because they had to, who'd disappeared and been written off as statistics. Maria Santos' photo was still there. Young. Dark hair. Smiling at the camera like she had a future. Last seen 3 weeks ago at a truck stop on I-10. But Maria's license hadn't been in Hutchins' compartment. Marley had counted. Recounted. Spread the 14 licenses across his mattress and looked for Maria's face among them. She wasn't there. Someone else had taken her. Some other predator working this corridor. Some other monster who knew that lot lizards don't get searched for, don't matter to the system, don't count as real victims. At least one more killer out there. Maybe more. The corridors were full of them. Marley touched Maria's photo. Traced the edge with her finger. Another name for the list. Another hunt waiting. But not yet. First, Eugene Thibodeau. First, the starred entry. First, understanding what Hutchins had marked as special. She turned away from the wall, sat at her desk, pulled out the little black book. Hutchins' contact list. Beat up leather. Pages worn soft from handling. Names and numbers and addresses scrawled in his blocky handwriting. She flipped through it again. Memorizing. Looking for patterns. Most of it was ordinary. Dispatch numbers. Truck stops. Diners. A few women. First names only. Cities beside them. Mary Lou in Dallas. Betty in Amarillo. Normal connections for a trucker who spent his life on the highway. But one entry had a star. Hand-drawn. Deliberate. Careful. Eugene Thibodeau, Breaux Bridge, L.A. She'd been thinking about it for days. Since she'd taken the book. Since she'd walked away from Hutchins' truck with his blood on her hands and his trophies left for the cops to find. Why the star? What made Eugene Thibodeau special? She'd asked around carefully. Mentioned the name at a truck stop, casual, like she'd heard it somewhere. Nobody knew him. Nobody recognized Breaux Bridge as anything more than a small town in Louisiana. She'd called the number from a payphone. It rang 4 times. Answering machine. Male voice with a Cajun accent. You reached Eugene. Leave a message. She'd hung up. Tried again a week later. Same result. Either he was never home, or he didn't answer calls from numbers he didn't recognize. Marley stared at the starred entry. Maybe Eugene was a friend. Someone Hutchins trusted. Someone he'd known for years. Maybe Eugene was family. A brother. A cousin. Someone who mattered enough to mark differently. Or maybe Eugene was like Hutchins. Maybe the star meant something else. A connection. A shared interest. A reason Hutchins had marked him special among all the other names in the book. She didn't know. But she was going to find out. Marley closed the book. Slipped it into her desk drawer. Locked it. Turned back to the wall. The light was fading now. Sunset coming. The apartment darkening around her. The faces on the wall half visible in the shadows. She thought about Angela Romero's mother. About the call she'd get soon. About learning that her daughter was dead, had been dead for months, but at least knowing. At least having truth instead of wondering. Cold comfort. The worst comfort. But comfort nonetheless. She thought about the other 13 families. About the calls they'd get. About the cases that would finally close. About the women whose faces would come down from walls like this one, filed under solved, even if the solution was horror. 14 answers because she'd killed Hutchins. 14 families who'd sleep differently tonight. Not better. Never better. But different. Marley looked at her reflection in the dark window. The street light outside cast her face in shadow and orange light. Made her features look harder. Sharper. Like someone she didn't quite recognize. The woman looking back wasn't the woman who'd stood here 3 weeks ago. Wasn't the yard dog who'd driven to Buckeye with a legitimate assignment and a hidden plan. Wasn't the grieving daughter who'd spent years researching and preparing and wondering if she'd really go through with it when the moment came. That woman was gone. In a way. Killed the same night Hutchins died. The wire had cut through more than his neck. It had severed the last connection between who Marley had been and who she'd become. The woman in the window was someone new. She touched the glass. Her reflection touched back. Same gesture. Different person. Blood alley. That's what the truckers called this corridor. I-10 through Texas. The stretch of highway between Houston and El Paso where the deaths happened. Where women disappeared from truck stops and rest areas and nobody looked for them. Where predators hunted because they knew the system didn't care about the wrong kind of victims. Blood Alley had claimed hundreds over the years. Lot lizards. Runaways. Hitchhikers. Women whose bodies turned up in ditches or never turned up at all. Her mother had been one of them. Cherokee Crenshaw. Found in Arkansas after 3.5 years of captivity. After the cops had laughed. After the system had failed. Blood Alley had taken her mother. But Blood Alley's last victim wasn't Cherokee. It wasn't Hutchins, though he'd died here too. It was Marley Crenshaw. The woman she'd been. The daughter. The yard dog. The invisible, forgettable woman nobody saw or remembered. That woman was dead. Killed by the wire. Killed by the power. Killed by the moment she'd crossed the line and discovered she liked being on the other side. And the one who'd replaced her. The one standing in the dark apartment, looking at her reflection in the window, thinking about Eugene Thibodeau and Maria Santos and the dozens of faces still on the wall. That woman was hungry. Marley turned away from the window. Back to the wall. The rage that had driven her hadn't disappeared when Hutchins died. It had found its outlet. Found its purpose. Found the thing she was good at. The thing she'd been training for without realizing it. Stopping monsters. Not through the system. Not through courts and lawyers and bureaucracy that dismissed lot lizard murders as acceptable losses. Not through the FBI agents who said they didn't have resources for the wrong kind of victims. Through the wire. Through the hunt. Through the cold calculation and the personas and the certainty of holding a predator's life in her hands and deciding it was forfeit. One at a time. Marley pulled the little black book back out of the drawer. Opened it to the starred entry. The page was worn here, like Hutchins had looked at it often. Like this name had mattered to him. Eugene Thibodeau. Breaux Bridge, Louisiana. 3 stars beside the name. Careful. Deliberate. She didn't know what they meant yet. Didn't know if Eugene was another predator, Another monster Hutchins had marked as special, or just a friend, or something else entirely. Maybe the star meant danger. Stay away. Threat. Maybe it meant ally. Brother in blood. Kindred spirit. Or maybe it meant target. The one Hutchins was hunting. The one he couldn't quite catch. Marley didn't know. But she was going to find out. She closed the book. Eugene Thibodeau. Breaux Bridge, Louisiana. Starred entry. The hunt wasn't over. It was just beginning.